Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. coffee stains, buzz of neon light remains, faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood, shadows move where nothing should, secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzz of neon light remains, faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood, shadows move where nothing should, secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. coffee stains, buzz of neon light remains, faces murmur shifting blame, fingers tap on worn out wood, shadows move where nothing should, secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar.
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. We are open for business. Thank you guys for jumping in here with us today, guys. We're heading back to Idaho. There's a new interview out with Bill Thompson I wanted to review and have an open discussion in regards to, and some other things we're going to get into with this as well. Thank you all so much for being here, guys. Please make sure to hit that like button, share this out. Welcome back to all you beautiful people. That being said, well, you know what's next. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you guys today. I hope you're all having an amazing start to your day. Hope everybody had a great night last night, as always. And I'm glad to see you all here today, guys, back in Idaho. There's a new interview out. Like I said, I wanted to review and discuss that with all of you. Of course, it will be, as always, because I love hearing your guys' input in open discussion about that. And I think we're going to get into some other things. There's another video that came out last night I was just talking with SRB about that we may be reviewing as well. It's actually kind of really interesting. Not everybody's a fan, I get it, but everything that we see out here, of course, most of us, I think, take with a grain of salt anyway. So we'll see what happens, how much time we have. We may be reviewing that as well, because it is quite interesting to talk about certain things within it. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if anybody would like to join me to review this as well. Feel free. You guys are welcome. You know that. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. We got 23 peeps in here with 16 likes. Please make sure to hit the like button and share this out before we get moving. I got to say, Miss Alicia, she got me looking for stuff. We were talking about the Friday the 13th stuff and the t-shirts and all that. I found my Camp Crystal Lake counselor shirt. I was kind of excited about that. Went digging for it and I found it. You can turn your camera off, buddy. I see you. All right, welcome there, sir. How are you tonight?
How you doing this morning? How you doing
today? Not tonight. Today. Sorry.
I'm doing good. How you doing this morning?
So I'm doing. Yes. There we go. We got it right. I'm doing okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Got a lot to cover this morning with you.
Yeah,
Maybe that.
sure. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And it, you know what, too, Alicia? I remember putting this away because it was a little snug on me. I've lost enough weight at this point that it's kind of loose on me again. I'm kind of excited. I'll be wearing this a lot because I love this shirt. Yeah.
Yeah.
My Camp Crystal Lake counselor.
Congratulations on losing some wood. You know, that's hard to
Oh,
do sometimes.
yeah. Well, it's actually, I've lost a little too much. It kind of makes me nervous. I've lost a
Yeah.
lot in a short period of time, but whatever. It's better one way or the other.
Yeah.
Speaking of Jason, what's up, Hemisphere? Good to see you, buddy.
Hello, Dago.
How are you?
Hello, Dustin. How you doing?
Hello. Nice to meet you.
I just found out last night that because I'm a huge horror fan, you guys. We talked about that the other day. We all know. There's a new series coming out called Crystal Lake, and it goes back to when Jason was a little boy. His mother is being played by Linda Cardellini, which I'm a huge fan of hers anyway. But she's playing Jason's mother, and it starts off way in the beginning where she has
I
to
got to
quit.
be real quick.
Okay, she has to quit her job to take care of a special needs child, which is Jason, and then it goes all on through there, and it tells the whole story. I guess I can't wait to see that stuff when that starts. I'm excited for that.
Yeah, me too. I've been hearing that they're doing a serious reboot.
And there's
Of
a
all
new
the
movie.
new, but of all the new stuff, as far as Friday the 13th, I didn't really care too much for the Space Jason.
No, that was so dumb, so dumb.
I didn't really care for that. I didn't really care for Jason Goes to Hell. I mean,
I didn't like anything after number 3. I'd be honest. 4 and 5 was okay, but the rest of them forward, Jason Takes Manhattan, Jason Goes to Hell, Jason Goes to Space, whatever, man. Come on,
Yeah.
it's too much. But the new movie,
it's like 1 in a million chance that somebody falls from space like that and just
Yeah.
lands. So having lands at Crystal Lake. I mean, come on.
that's what I mean. Like you gotta. The reason why I like certain movies is because there's a realistic hint to it that it could happen. Okay,
Mhm.
that got to be where it's like, are you serious? The guy won't die. There's nothing you do. They blew him up, Hemisphere, many a times into pieces,
Oh yeah.
and he comes back together. Come on, like it got ridiculous. So I kind of stopped following it, and then they did the first reboot, and they kind of threw the first two or three movies together into that one. It was okay, but this new reboot that they're making, it's called Sweet Revenge or something like that. I think it's another movie coming out, and they've rebranded Jason. By the way, they changed his mask. It's a whole new mask, and this is gonna be his rebrand forever now. That's the way he's gonna be, the way he's gonna look with the new series, the new movies. The toy line, anything they have on him, it's all going to be this new Jason, which looks basically like the old one, but the mask is a little bit different. So there was a big court battle, I guess they had, which is why we've seen nothing from them. And they were fighting over who had rights to what. So at this point, it's over, it's done, and I guess it's coming back. And I'm kind of excited to see this new series. The movie we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, I was hearing
What
about
streaming services? What streaming services is it on?
The series I think is going to be on what the hell is that called with the P? Paramount.
Paramount Plus.
Yeah. Go ahead. What were you saying, Hemisphere?
I was just saying that there's been a lot of court battles, even when the last Friday came out before Jason versus Freddy.
Yeah.
They couldn't do that movie because they couldn't get the movie right.
Uh-huh.
From I think it was.
That was another one I wasn't.
One of them.
Yeah, that one was okay, but I wasn't a big fan. They took the realism out of it, folks. That's my problem. The Jason Voorhees theory in itself was somewhat a struggle anyway, as far as realism goes. The boy supposedly drowned, but that's why I want to see this series. This series explains how all of this happened and what really happened supposedly in the storyline. And it's more realistic than you would think. But when they started going to where he takes over Manhattan and he kills everybody in flipping Manhattan, then he goes to outer space, and then him and Freddy get into a fight. Come on, guys. Like, it got so stupid. The Jason in space was the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm sorry. So for those of you that are fans, I'm sorry. I don't mean any disrespect. I can't. You got to keep it real, folks, as far as I'm concerned.
This Avatar, I found this Avatar because I liked it. This
Yeah.
is the same Jason that they did a reboot with
Yeah.
Supernatural Sam.
Sam
And-
from Supernatural, right? I can't think of his real name, but yeah, that's the one. That it was okay. It was okay. It kind of stayed along the storyline. It was all right.
It was a little bit far fetched because I ain't never known Jason to hold anybody captive.
That
You know,
part was a little
he
off.
had somebody that like these little underground tunnels.
That was strange. Yeah, he didn't keep people. He killed people. Period.
Yeah, you wouldn't living long.
Right. Jared Padalecki, that's his name. Yeah, I'm a big fan of his. I like him and both what's his name? Jensen Ackles. I can't say it right. I like that show, Supernatural, though.
Yeah, I didn't catch that ending though.
Right. We were, Kimmy.
But
Let me
is this interview with Bill Thompson with what's his name? Brian Eaton?
Nate Eaton, yes, from East Idaho.
Nate
Yeah,
Eaton.
Idaho News. Yes, sir. We're going to review that and some other stuff along with it. Like I said, open panel, open discussion, and hear everybody's thoughts. Let's see who we got in here real quick. Alicia J. Hey. Looks like Lucci Lou's in the house. What's up, sis? Good to see you. Kimmy Q, it's been a minute. Good to see you. Beep, beep. Eddie's in the house. As always, I appreciate you, sir. Sarah D. Irish, good to see you. Fizzy's fizzing around in here. SRBBBBB. Good to see you today as well. Again, long time no see. Space Jason, that was crazy. Brandy B, the OG. Good to see you, Brandy. Hemisphere, of course, up here with me. Dustin Butler as well joined me up here today. Thank you both for joining me. Josie Joe. Or nope, that's not Josie Joe. That's Josie West. Good to see you, Miss Josie. Gen 7, always happy to have you. Stuart Jones, Miss Rowena, welcome back to you. Kent Corbett, good to see you as well. Miss Kim 328, welcome. Karma Police in the house, good to see you. Amy, hello and welcome. Another new name. I love it, love it, love it. Love seeing the faces, and we are growing, guys. I'm grateful. Yeah, Deguchi, all the way from Poland. Good to see you. The positive Miss Paula's.
Yeah, thank you for having me up here. I appreciate it very much today.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. The mega stars in the house, Meg and Willie Will. What's up, brother? Good to see you, Willard. Anna Zorman, welcome back to you guys. Please make sure that you're hitting the like button, and please share this out. Let everybody know what we be doing in here today. Let's see. Sunshine Girl, welcome to you guys. Love seeing you all in the house today. Please make sure that you guys have the $. Click the $, and you can receive gifting. That way you can receive memberships when they're gifted. If you don't have that turned on, you can't. Carolyn Prestage, welcome. Good to see you today. See how this works. All right. I think I got everybody. If I didn't catch you, I will catch you. Welcome. And there's a few to throw out for you guys right then and here and now. April QT, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce. Trey Hawker, number 9, Katie, and Willie. Welcome to the sauce, Willie. Capelli, welcome to all 5 of you guys. Thanks for jumping in the sauce with us. Appreciate you very much. Stitches in the house. Good to see you, Stitches. All right. Let's see here. I don't think Willie's ever been a member here. Have you, Willie? Angel with an A, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for calling me. And for calling me. Sorry, I'm reading your thing and talking at the same time. Thank you for joining us. And it says, call me Ange. Sorry. Or Ange. Ange or Ange. However you want it done. No problem. Moonlit Baby, welcome to you. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't know how many of you guys, if any of you saw this interview. I try to keep up with all these things. Of course, we're going to talk on it as well and some other things that have come out. And Satiris, welcome to you. Please be careful driving. Don't get into the Dexter thing. I'm irritated because it takes so long. I have to wait a week to watch the new episodes. I love Dexter. Bobby X, welcome, my friend. Good to see you.
I haven't seen this one yet.
The new one, it's pretty good. It's all right so far. It's a little different. I was kind of surprised that they went this
This is
direction.
my first time seeing it as well, so I haven't seen it yet.
You're talking about the interview here?
Yes,
Gotcha.
I haven't seen the interview yet.
I
Yeah,
did see Nate Eaton's interview with the police chief,
Yeah.
which I'm kind of not the same thing, but I'm just kind of disappointed in Nate Eaton because I remember how much he put in that Lori Daybell trial.
Yeah.
He was all over that.
Right.
And this one here, I remember everybody was trying to get him to start covering that case, but he wouldn't do it.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I'm just waiting on somebody in the mainstream media to really start calling out the bullshit.
I don't know that they
I'm
will.
waiting on it, but I don't think it's going to happen. But I'm just waiting on it.
I don't know that they will. Gen 7. I'm a huge fan of Dexter too, Jen. Let's see here. Funny thing is, I didn't really care for the show at first. And then I watched 5 episodes of it and I got stuck and I had to go watch the whole thing and all of them. I'm in the new one now. They took him to New York this time. I was surprised about that. It's interesting. All right, guys, let me get this stuff loaded up here and we'll get moving. Thank you guys so much for joining me. I liked the last season or the last show. Was it? I think it was Resurrection. It was called. That one was pretty interesting. But I thought he was dead, but I guess he's not. He's almost like Jason. He lives through everything. Good old Dexter. Speaking of Dexter, I don't know if you guys saw that. Who was it that said it? Oh yeah, that's what Lenna's guest the other day compared Brian Koberger to Dexter. Said that he must have been a fan of Dexter. That was I respected and appreciated. I respect, of course, Lana because absolutely I do. But that guy, what he did with the blood stuff was really interesting. But to go into that realm and start saying stuff like that was like, that's really not very professional, guys. But no, take your time, Alicia. It's no problem. All right. So again, this interview is with Nate Eaton from East Idaho News. Nate's been doing a lot of coverage on this, and he's done quite a few interviews with different people involved. I'm sure there's going to be people that are not going to be happy because not many of us are fans of Bill Thompson. Bear with me, folks. We can tear it apart after. That's what the plan is, and some other stuff we got to look at too. So let's see what we got.
So looking at my calendar, Mr. Thompson, it's interesting that you'd be right in the middle of jury selection had this trial gone forward. What are you doing now this summer? The fact that your calendar kind of opened up.
Well, we still have plenty to do. As you might recall, Judge Hippler is having us address all the different filings with the court that were sealed. There are 240 some odd filings over the past 2.5 years. Most of them were sealed to protect the jury pool. And now that the case is resolved, we're expecting that most of those filings can be unsealed. But what the court is having us do, he's given us chunks of like 40 documents at a time to review and let him know whether there's anything that needs to be redacted or protected before they get unsealed and released. So that's consuming plenty of time right now.
How long do you expect that process to last?
I would guess it probably at least a month or so. 40 at a time for 240, probably a couple months.
Wow.
He's given us 14 days on each batch. And he's going backwards. He's starting with the most current sealed documents because those are the ones he's most familiar with. If you recall, the case was originally with Judge John Judge up here in Latah County. So everything that was sealed prior to the case being transferred last fall to Ada County, Judge Hippler is going to have to re-educate himself on what those filings were about so he can make a good decision on whether there's something that needs to be protected.
There also is the police records, which seem to be coming out bit by bit, different media outlets requesting those. Any idea of how much more evidence is out there that the public hasn't yet seen?
Well, when we're talking about how much evidence is out there, as far as evidence that's actually relevant to the charges that would have been brought out at trial, that's probably much smaller than the totality of all the information that was gathered by the investigators, because we have literally gigabytes of data, security videos from around town, from the University of Idaho, for example, that in the end didn't have anything of relevance, but they were gathered early on in the investigation because the investigators were looking for any possible leads to pursue. As far as the police reports, photographs, crime scene photographs, and other evidence like that, the Moscow Police Department and the Idaho State Police are the ones that are the custodians of those records. And so that's why you're seeing the city of Moscow trying to be proactive with getting reports available to the public. And I think they're working on other materials, videos, and photographs to try to get those ready for the public. And I understand the state police are doing something similar. So as quickly as they can act, it'll be unfolding for the public with, of course, review.
Same here, Texas. I agree. Same thing I call them now.
And appropriate redactions.
Having reviewed all of that, what in your eyes is the most disturbing thing that you've seen with this case?
Well, certainly the crime scene itself was very disturbing. The photographs are very graphic. My personal preference is I don't think that many of them should be just generally given out to the public. I think that certainly the public has the right to know, but the families also have some privacy interests. And I think that needs to be balanced. In the end, it's not our office's call. It's going to be the attorneys for the city of Moscow and for the state police as far as how much they believe is appropriate to redact.
So now you care about the families, huh, Bill? You weren't worried about that when you gave the deal out, but okay.
And again, balance. We want the public to know as much as possible, but we don't want this to become unnecessarily or avoidably painful for the families to have to see what occurred to their loved ones. It's very, very sad. It's going to be very difficult, I'm afraid.
I know Judge Boyce in the Daybell case permanently sealed the autopsy photos and some of the crime scene photos. I guess that could be an option here if Judge Hippler decides to keep some of those items sealed forever.
Thank you so much, Kim. God bless. I appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for the super chat. So very generous and very much appreciated. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure that Judge Hippler has the jurisdiction on that now because the criminal case is pretty much precluded or concluded. We're operating under Idaho's public records laws, and there is a specific exception or exemption for unwarranted invasions of personal privacy. There's a definition for that, but it requires a balancing of the public interest and the privacy interests. And that's what I know the city of Moscow and the attorneys for the state police are working through. Again, my perspective as the prosecutor is to want to protect the families as much as possible. And I don't see a necessity for saturating the public social media with gruesome photographs of these poor victims, but it's not my call to make.
Right. I want to talk about the plea agreement that, of course, there has been some heat and some criticism against you in your office. Do you think that whole process could have been handled differently or better as far as coordinating with the families?
I think the plea process happened as well as it could given the circumstances. And just to give you background, the state we were never looking for a plea in this case. The defense had maintained all along
that I'm going to call bullshit on. This man looks for a plea in everything he's ever done. And he doesn't believe in the death penalty. So what else would you do? Okay. So I'm calling bullshit on that statement right there. Sorry, Bill. But
Bullshit, because we heard from a lawyer that said the defense cannot go to the prosecutor and go, "Hey, we really would love to have a plea deal."
that's right. He threw it out there to them somewhere.
This is the reason why we're here. This is the reason why we keep talking about this case. This is the reason why this case is not going to go anywhere anytime soon, because this bullshit like this right here.
Yep.
This
Amen. Good point, sir. Good point. Right. And like Ranger just said, he's spineless. The guy has a flawless record, but that's because, like Texas and I both said, plea deal Bill. This is what he does. He doesn't have to work. He doesn't have to do anything with these cases, and he wasn't going to do it in this one either. There was no plan in it. I do not believe that this man was going to take this to trial, no matter what he says. I do not believe it. So
no, they was not going to go to trial because they knew they didn't have nothing.
right.
And he even said it in court. He did not have anything on Kohlberger to prove that he had anything to do with this. But
thank you, man.
What's bothering me is how Kohlberger sit through every hearing and pretty much know exactly what they got.
Right.
How did he went from we're going to trial to now I'm going to accept the plea? That's what I like to know. And we will never know.
I think we'll get an answer to that soon. I just feel like something's coming down the road that we're going to hear that very well could give us the answer to that hemisphere.
He's got till September the 4th.
Right.
So
Absolutely.
we don't hear anything by then. Well, I mean,
yeah, at that point, then I guess we just have to accept part of, unless something else happens, we're not going to have to expect to accept what he feels on this. But at the same time, I feel like there's something coming where that with what has gone on in this case that may be exposed.
Yeah, because this can happen to anybody. Not even
definitely.
That's an issue.
Yep.
Anyway,
big issue
that their client was factually innocent. So for months now, we've just been preparing for trial. We were in the process of doing that. We came up into, I'm looking at the calendar, June 18th, we were in Boise for hearings on the defense's motion to continue the trial, and also a motion they filed asking for permission to offer alternative perpetrator evidence. It was pretty clear at the conclusion of that hearing that Judge Hippler was not going to grant either of those motions. Again, Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and I just came back to Moscow and we're continuing to prepare for trial when the defense reached out to us that following week and asked if we were able to make an offer or were interested in making an offer. And we responded initially by saying, well, what is it that your client wants to do or is willing to do? And then the next thing we did is we scheduled meetings with all the families. And that Thursday.
So the way that he hawed around that tells me, because of what we already know, that more than likely what they called and said to him was, is that offer still standing that you threw out there to us a while back? That's mostly, in my opinion, more than likely what was stated. Because he really talked around that for a second to try to find the right way to say it. So if it was clearly cut and dry, black and white, that the defense came to him and said that, he'd have just said what they said, in my opinion. So I still don't believe that they went to him. I feel like he initially threw that to him, out to them a while back and said, it's always here if you want it, That's my thought.
I truly believe that they got Hippler involved with the condition that, all right, this is the narrative we want. I don't want you to deviate from this narrative, and I want you to uphold it. Or we can go and find another judge to preside over it. Because it's how fitting that Judge just so happened to retire, not even a couple of weeks right after all that. I'm just saying something fishy about him.
Oh yeah, to me he was another prosecutor on the case. That's how it came out to me.
Yeah, and that's the reason why we heard about that the leaks for Dateline. We ain't heard anything about that since all that.
They're trying to avoid putting it out now.
No, it's damage control. It's.
I agree with that, sir. I do, and yes, Ro, they're definitely leaving something out. Maybe one day we'll get it. Welcome back, Alicia.
I hope somebody needs to look into this. This is not, I'm sure that plea deals are like this, or some form of cover up is always happening.
Yes.
Our public just don't hear about it because it's all behind closed doors. But this is straight up out in the wide open. Everybody see this.
I think Hippler needs looked into himself as well. I think everybody on the prosecution side of this needs to be looked at in depth, as well as the judge. That's my opinion. Sorry to hear that, Meg. That sucks.
Until that happens,
do you think we're ever going to get to see the actual truth of what happened in this case?
Maybe, and no, Krista, I don't think I think there's even less evidence pointing towards Brian than what we've seen before. I think it's going, in my opinion, it seems to be pointing more the other direction, but that's my opinion. So I'm just saying. Miss Kiki, Swamp Rose, hello, how are you?
Yeah, I think, like I said before on this panel, I think he's innocent, and I'll say that until I see otherwise.
Understood. Welcome, Kiki. How are you today?
I'm doing great.
How are you? I'm sorry. It's all in the documents that we've been reading. It's
Right. Go ahead, Kiki. Sorry, hon.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry about that.
Great. How are you guys doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
Wonderful.
I'm doing well, and I'm so sorry. I'm coming in with the subject that Dago was talking about, but I don't quite know what you guys are talking about. But I'm full of reactions. Let me know.
Oh, we're watching the review of the newest interview with Bill Thompson with Nate Eaton from East Idaho News. And I mean, anything else you want to throw into that, we always have these open discussions. You can throw it out there anytime. So
we're just reacting to basically what Bill is saying.
Yes.
I mean, I still have so many questions about the new documents, but I don't want to trail off subject. I'll keep up with you guys.
Oh, you're good. You're good. We can move around there's plenty of room to move in here, Kiki. You know that. You're always welcome to bring in whatever thought you want and discuss it.
Well, I can't wait to see this interview. This is something I'd be anticipating. The one thing I'm wanting to know about today, and the one thing I was going to ask you guys about is, I saw some crime scene photos of the fingerprints, and I was curious, have they actually talked about the fingerprints at all in any of the documentation?
Not even in the reports. Truly, there wasn't a lot of talk about fingerprints per se. Not that I've known. It's a good question, actually.
Not that I have seen. No.
I haven't
seen no pictures of it. No.
Core, there's my email on screen, my friend. Thank you for joining us. And there is the email right there. But no, I haven't heard much.
Well, it's
sorry.
crazy because I remember AT bringing up on the stand how there was a partial fingerprint, right? And this seems like a fingerprint would be some uncircumstantial evidence that they could bring in court, but yet we've heard nothing about it since the documents have been released. And when I saw some of those photos of those big handprints and them dusting on Bethany's room, I started putting one and one together, and I'm like, hey, why haven't we heard more about that?
That's a good point and a good question. Jen says, other than Jack, of course, getting fingerprints in late, not really. No, we haven't. So that's a very good point and a valid point.
Well, they definitely had a partial fingerprint. And when it comes down to alternative suspects, this is a huge part. I'm assuming it's a huge part of what AT had to say. I don't know.
Come on up, Jesse. And yes, I definitely agree with that. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about they found some cigarette butts sitting outside.
No, they haven't gotten any more into that either. No, anything else, any of the extra DNA or anything like that. Amazingly enough, we haven't gotten any more info on that, folks. I'm not surprised, but we haven't. And now they don't really have to give it to us because of what's happened. And I'm truly, as you heard him say right here, they're going through 40 or 42 of those documents at a time to see what needs to be redacted before they can put them out to the rest of us. Well, I imagine there's going to be quite a few things that are redacted. So don't be surprised if we get, a paper that's or a document that has 5 words on it and everything else is blacked out. That's what I'm expecting to see, truly, the way they've done this. So, but I like what Kiki said there, because I think that the fingerprinting should be a major part of this. There should be a lot more talk about things like that, but there really isn't. It just really isn't, and it's sad.
It's
So,
sad because we just keep hearing about this circumstantial evidence, things that can be disputed, things that can place reasonable doubt. But then when you come down to something like a fingerprint or a partial fingerprint, or even in those crime scene photos, we see full palm hand prints. Plus, they talked about impressions inside the crime scene. And I don't know. And then somebody brought up on X another thing that's really interesting, which is the cleanup at the crime scene. Like, what was that about? What was that? Like, I saw on X, I saw someone named Ted bringing up 3 different things it could be,
right.
including the latent footprint, which I still don't understand how cleaning up footprints could have been part of this, especially when we see footprints going down the stairs. But I'm still super curious when we're going to find out what exactly the cleanup at the crime scene was. And it should have been something that could have caused a significant amount of time, because it was brought up in the timeline as well. I don't know.
Yes. And that there's many things you're pointing out a very valid point to me. There's many things that are, in my opinion, hold on guys, let me turn this off. I always forget to do this. There's many things in this investigation, in my opinion, that I believe that within any investigation should be very important points to be brought out and to be spoken about, and they've completely and totally walked away or walked around them. Thank you, Meg. Completely. The cleanup. I haven't read anything in any of the reports, any of the documents anywhere about this cleanup. Well, other than that it happened, okay? And the fact that they believe that Brian did this. Like, okay, he did that and killed 4 people in 7 minutes. No, he didn't. I'm sorry. I think there's many things that have been purposely avoided to be spoken on, because I think it would take us too far into too far into a different narrative than what they want us to follow. I'll put it that way. And that's again my opinion. But that's what I do believe is the reason why they've avoided a lot of the subjects that people want to hear these answers to, that like what Kiki's talking about. Welcome, Jesse. Thank you for joining me, bud. Good to see you today. It's been a while. Welcome back. And guys, please go check out Swamp Rose channel. That's Miss Kiki up here on panel with us. The link is right there. Meg threw it in the chat. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. So go check out that channel. Hit the subscribe button and the notification bell so you don't miss anything. And please hit some like buttons over there as well. I appreciate that very much. Let's see. Fizzy said with Bronx Tales just brought up a good point. The other one of the videos. Why are there no footprints? I like Stan's. That's another good point. See,
Really good point.
Yeah, these are good things that's why I love this community that you think about and you point out, and they don't talk about it at all. And if you bring it up, they just move around it. Let's move on over here. Let's smoking mirrors over this way, or let's distract you over here instead of talking about the point. It's a big problem. So absolutely, Meg, I agree with you. Take your time, Jesse, no problem. All right, on we go with this and see if we can get any more out of this, because like I said, he's already made some interesting lying points, in my opinion, that he's completely telling untruths about. So on we go.
Thursday and Friday, that'd be the 26th, 27th, we met with representatives of all 4 of the homicide victims' families to update them on the case. And we asked them, we said, we've been approached by the defense about a possible plea, and we'd like to have your thoughts. And the result of those meetings is, I think, as to be expected. There were some family members who felt strongly that they wanted the death penalty pursued no matter what. And then there were a number of other families and family members who said equally strongly that they wanted to have closure. They did not want the trauma of the trial They wanted to be able to heal and move on. So we took all that information, all those responses with our attorney team, and over the weekend discussed it. And we responded to the defense by saying, essentially, if the defendant wants to avoid trial, there's only one possibility. He's guilty straight up to everything, understanding that he's going to be facing fixed life sentences, and we will require him to waive appeal. And that's the only resolution short of trial that's out there. And by Monday morning, we were advised by the defense, they advised us in the court, the defendant was prepared to plead guilty on those terms. And so the judge set it as quickly as he could for a change of plea, because the court staff were already in the process of bringing in, I believe, 10,000 prospective jurors to start jury selection. And the judge, rightfully so, knew that he needed to move quickly. We needed to move quickly to get the plea on the record if that's in fact what was going to happen. So I think in hindsight, the process was as good as it could get. I know that some folks would have liked more time to think about it and to talk about it. And I respect the opinions of the family members who don't agree with this resolution. I understand that. Just the same as we respect the opinions of the family members who support this resolution. In the end, it was our decision, ultimately my decision as the elected prosecutor, and with the input and concurrence of our attorney team, we decided to make the offer for the resolution, and we believe that's the appropriate resolution.
Is there a way that you can meet with those families and go through your case with them now? Like, this is who we would have called, this is the evidence they would have said, just to maybe get some of those answers for them?
Yes, and we've offered that. And the Monday before the sentencing, one of the families met via Teams with the two lead investigators, and Ashley Jennings, my senior deputy, and Josh Hurwitz, who's our special deputy prosecutor. And they spent a lengthy time that afternoon. I wasn't able to attend, answering questions for the family, letting the investigators share information that we couldn't make public before to try to answer some of those questions.
That's convenient that he wasn't able to attend. And I'm sorry. I'm gonna shred everything he says. I normally don't do that to people, but this man to me is a spineless, weak, pathetic excuse for a prosecutor. I'm sorry. I have no respect for him, none. So anything he says, I'm gonna shred it. So please don't take me as a negative person. I can't with him at all. With everything I've seen that he's done and probably will continue to do. I can't.
Can
My
I ask a
apologies.
question to you
Please.
guys real quick? All right, so a lot of the reports that I'm reading and a lot of the accounts that I'm hearing from other YouTubers reviewing them, like for instance, I've listened to a lot of Miss Potts reviewing the documents.
Yeah.
One of the things that comes up to me in my head, probably from my lack of experience covering cases, is that we will hear about somebody going in to investigate A, B, or C, okay? And then the investigator, for example, Brett Payne, would be like, say, they've determined it was not, worth further investigation. What I don't like is that we're not privy to the actual personal investigation. Like, we hear the broad context and the generalizations, but we
Right.
don't hear the details. And so my question would be, the only way to get those details is to have a personal effing interview with each investigator. Like, for instance, one of us emailing Brett Payne and being like, so what was the investigation? And is that public information? Are we privy to that? Is that something that can be requested via FOIA? Can we please see your documentation about the investigation? Can we know what made you rule it out? What was your thought process? Because I would assume that they have a lot of free will. It's kind of like if you're a detective or an investigator, it's sort of like an artist, it's proprietary, but you have to have some sort of protocol for, or standard procedure for, what things you think are evidence or aren't evidence. So I would really like to know about the smaller investigations involved, that aren't talked about in that. And how do we get those? Do we talk to the actual investigator, or do we FOIA, or what? I don't know.
Well, and that's an amazing question. You know why? Because when I don't know if you followed any of me. I read all 314 reports live. It took forever, but word for word, although I did find out today. I think I might have missed one. I'm gonna have to go back and find. But anyway, when I was reading through them, I noticed that, like, for instance, Brett Payne doing interviews with possible witnesses or people that were given tips and so on and so forth. The realization that the man did not record 95% of those interviews blew my mind, first off. Second off, to answer what you're saying makes me wonder if there is any. I mean, I would imagine there would have to at least be, documented proof of whatever he did down on paper. But
Well,
knowing that he didn't record any of them tells me that that's not even possibly a thing. I feel like the man just sat in the office and said, "What do you know?" Okay, and well, that's not relevant. Bye. And there was no follow up either, Kiki. None.
I have something to interject if you guys have a moment.
Okay, go ahead, Jess.
Well, a lot of the reports were written down 3, 4, 5 weeks, 2 months after the fact. So,
right.
When you look at that fact, the fact that they were writing these reports 2 months in the future, they're only doing that for what the narrative that they want to portray.
Yeah.
If you got to think about everything else that happened that wasn't fitting their narrative, just wasn't getting written down. So,
right.
I mean,
that's how it seems to me.
Just by the dates, right? Just by the dates.
Yeah.
okay. Okay. So, and I 100%, to see where if they're trying to put the report together a few months after the fact, seeing a work product then. However, that's different and having an argument about that, but that cannot be what was going on the ground, boots on the. I'm not contradicting you. I'm just saying in my head.
No, right.
Cannot be what was going on the boots on the ground. And I'll tell you why. The last high-profile murder case that I've watched a documentary on that kind of relates to this was the OJ trial. And if you guys know, I didn't know because I guess I was just too young to really understand what was going on. But initially, when Mark Furman, who let's remind everyone is a huge part of the PR of this campaign since the beginning, he's Greek Road.
Yes,
Greek Road connected, Mark Furman was the lead investigator of that case. And not the lead investigator, I take it back. He was one of the first two people on the scene. And the problem with that investigation is he saw blood spatter, if I remember correctly, in evidence in different areas. And when he documented them, he didn't even, he wrote some notes, but the documentation wasn't formal or something that they could submit into court. And so therefore the reasonable doubt of planting of evidence came into play, because how do you prove anything? Even though Mark Furman had nothing to do with it, he was trying to respond to what appeared to be an emergency. I'm just giving the documentary's take on things. And he legitimately was just the first officer on the scene because he didn't follow standard procedure and protocol. This is one of the reasons why reasonable doubt was rampant about all that evidence. Or it was planted evidence, Anyway, I hope I'm not talking too much. I'm highly caffeinated.
No. That's what it's all about. I want to hear everything you guys have to say. But no, good point. Very good point. And yes, what Jesse said too is a huge point too. Like, and first off, she's right. Mark Furman was very much involved in the birth of this case. Okay. And the investigation, which threw me for a loop at the beginning, because of what we know went on in the OJ case. That's another question I have as well. And I do not trust anything about him either. So, it's really interesting, very interesting to me. So yeah, I agree that there's a lot of things that should have been being done that we're not, and like you said, Kiki, like it can't be what has happened, but it seems to be what it is. You know what I mean? Like, this can't be how this really truly happens. Like, it's hard to believe that. How does this happen in today's society, that these things are going on like this and it's just accepted as being okay? How? Without giving any answers to anybody. And why? Congrats. Welcome to the sauce, Kim. Thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate you very much. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that. Like, this is just ridiculous. That's one of the reasons why we're reviewing this too, and why we went over those reports. And like Jesse said, a lot of those reports weren't put out until weeks, months later. And some of them I feel like were put together conveniently at the very end of the investigation here. Like, how do you remember everything that was said in an interview that you did with somebody 2.5 years ago word for word, since you didn't record it one, and I got a doubt that you wrote it down. You're just throwing together what you got in memory, because nobody's mind is that good. I'm sorry. How is that accepted, and why is that okay? That's what I'm saying with that. I hope I answered somewhat of what you were saying, Kiki, and that's a huge point too, Jesse. I don't think a lot of people realized what you were saying is that a lot of these reports did not happen right then there where they were supposed to be. They weren't recorded. There's so many things in the reports that I read where they said that they, in my terms, layman's terms, that they put it to the side for a while and then came back to it later. Well, we don't know that they came back to it later. We don't know what they did with it. If you didn't investigate that point right then and there, or whatever it was, they did it with evidence. They did it with tips. They did it with witnesses' testimony. They did it with all sorts of things and never followed up on 90% of this. Again, why is this okay?
And you really have to view this case in a big scope, and you have to take the way that the prosecution has acted and all the statements they've made and all the reports we've seen and put them all together and view them all in the same light. So when they tell you a story, you have to remember these are the same guys that told, that gave you the PCA and then stood there at the sentencing hearing and said the PCA is meaningless and we don't have any fucking information. We can't put him at the house. The cell phone pings that we were talking about, that we were propping up is so important, that we were representing were a gold mine. They don't actually mean anything. Sorry, guys, they don't mean anything. I know that we propped them up and made them sound good, but I guess we fooled you. I mean, this is the prosecution. This is the MO. And so now whenever I hear I've got to view every piece of information now, and I've got to weigh it against that and say, these guys gave me that, they lied. So how much I'm not going to fucking take their word for it. No fucking way. No way I'm taking their word for it with any information that they come up with. And the recent shit with the Celebrite and his phone connected Mad Greek. I mean, that is absolute. Celebrite should be a company that's blacklisted from dealing with law enforcement from here on forward. That company obviously sells to the highest bidder, and they're liars. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit amped up, but that's the way I feel about this thing.
It's all right. That's what I'm just saying. We all are, and that's what it's about, Jesse. Your opinion matters and means a lot too. They did well. They're trying to say, that new thing, like he said. Oh, what happened? She dropped. Oh, she fell out the window. There she is. Okay. No, you're right, Jesse. And the owners of the Mad Greek themselves came out and said that he was not here. He was not been
and Bill Thompson and Darren Gilbertson and Brett Payne and basically everybody who matters already said this isn't a thing. And if they had that, you don't think they would have been using it?
100%. That would have been your motive right there. And guess what? It's not true, as is most with this. So very huge issues right here. The Celebrite. Don't even get me started. That's a whole other show to me because it's really a joke to me. It really is. Whoever is going to go, like he said, they sell to the highest bidder. And I agree with that opinion. I truly do, because that's how it sure as hell seems. I agree about Bill Thompson. I almost did it again, Eddie. But whether like it or not, DNA puts him in it. Not really though. And I know a lot of people think that. I'm not even talking about Brian at this point, though. I'm just talking about the corrupted bullshit that got us to this point in this investigation that we cannot allow to just slide by, because it could happen to me and anybody else in here, guys. These are all
right. It could happen to anybody. It could. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, you're good. You're right, and it can it's a violation of all of our rights. Period.
Yes.
So,
and I think, and I also, when I'm sitting here watching this interview and listening to you, I think this whole situation has really opened up my eyes, and it's really showing a lot of red flags this morning and this afternoon. It's I think that it's better for him to just move on and continue on and stuff and move on and move forward. I don't think he needs to do any more talking about this case. It's very red flagging to me. Because every time he talks, I don't believe what he says.
Oh, you're talking about Bill. Yeah, I agree with you.
Bill, yeah, Bill.
He's just making himself look worse. I agree with that. Yeah,
I think he's a
I
big.
agree with you on that too.
I think he's a big liar to me. He's telling nothing but lies,
I
and
agree.
I
And
want
I'm
to see
telling
that.
you, folks, if
I want to
anybody
see.
should be in jail, it should be this guy right here, in my opinion. Sorry, bud. Go ahead.
I want to see. I want to see. I want to see it with my own two eyes. I don't want to see. I don't want to hear it from anybody. I want to see. I want to see it.
Agreed.
I don't believe anything he says on this interview. And
Right.
I think you need to stop doing interviews because I think you're going to end up getting yourself in trouble.
Yeah, he definitely has that option, and definitely it's going to come out at some point if he keeps doing this and keeps doing these interviews. There's going to be a slip somewhere or something. It's either going to be figured out what he says, or he's going to screw it up, in my opinion. And yes, Tomboy's correct. The DNA was from a snap on a sheet that was not sent to be tested, only a swab that was. And I don't trust where that swab came from. That's all I'm saying, because there's no real chain of custody on it and any proof on that chain of custody as far as I'm concerned. So I don't know what happened with Kiki that time, but you're welcome to jump back in, Kiki. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Good point there, Dustin. I appreciate that very much. On we go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're offering the same opportunity to any of the other families if they would like to talk, and we're going to leave it up to them as to if and when they want to have that conversation.
Could you have required him to allocute to talk more? I mean,
let me stop again, because he just made the statement that he offered up that process for the Gonzalez family, and we heard Steve say it never happened. So he's lying again, that they'd sit down and talk to him and tell him everything. We just watched that interview with Steve 2 days ago, and Steve said, nope, that didn't happen. Sorry. Once again.
he didn't say anything, meaning Brian Koberger.
We thought about what sort of allocution would be required for the plea. Idaho law doesn't require a detailed factual allocution, and in fact, the court doesn't have the authority to compel that. Our feeling on this, and Judge Hippler talked about this too at the time of sentencing, is in this particular case, there would be no way to corroborate or to validate anything the defendant might say. In fact, early on in this investigation, we had members of the FBI's Behavioral Analysis Unit, BAU, which are their profilers. They were here helping us with the investigation, and they even told us back in November of 2022, early December of 2022, that in all likelihood, whoever was responsible for these murders, the reason that the murderer did what he did would never be known, or if the person tried to say something, it wouldn't make sense to regular people, ordinary people, and likely be even more victimizing.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard, and I don't believe that. So he's saying that the BAU came in, did an analysis, and said that if he were to say something, that none of us would understand it. Are you kidding me? That's such bullshit, Bill. I'm sorry. That's bullshit. Complete and total bullshit. That's an excuse to put in front of a situation that you have no answer for. Bullshit. I'm sorry, but bullshit.
So we elected to not try to pursue anything further than making sure we had a sustainable, factual guilty plea where, as he did under oath, he acknowledged that the charges against him were factually true. It wasn't one of these cases where there was an Alford plea, which is where a person pleads guilty saying that they acknowledge that the evidence is enough to convict him. Here, he acknowledged that he was guilty. And we felt that was the best thing to do in this particular case.
Bill, could you, well, let me rephrase that. Why do you think he took the plea? Why do you think he changed his mind? And in the matter of days, it went from we're going to trial for 3 months to I'm guilty.
Yeah, Nate, I don't know the answer to that. I think the reasons behind why the defendant did what he did as far as pleading guilty are really known only to him and his attorneys. And I don't know if they would be able to talk to you about that, but that's where I would ask.
Yeah. I want to ask you about Dylan Mortensen and her victim impact statement. Tell me, I learned that she did not want to look at Brian at Koberger.
Correct. She did not want to look at the defendant, and she did not want him to look at her. And she asked first if she could give her statement seated at the table, the council table, as opposed to standing at the podium. And Judge Hippler very graciously said, certainly yes. And then she asked me, because I was sitting on her left, if I would block the view between her and the defendant while she was giving her statement. So that's what occurred in court, and people might have wondered why I was kind of sitting at a little weird angle, looking just straight at Dylan, and that was because.
Well, is that because? And some people may be mad at me for saying this, but is it because she was upset and felt guilty because maybe an innocent man was being incriminated? I wouldn't want to look at somebody. Where'd Jesse go? Oh, he stepped away again for coffee. I wouldn't want to look at somebody that I probably knew was innocent, that I was incriminated, part of a group of people that is incriminating him. Sorry, I wouldn't want to either.
Diego, can I say something real quick? I had to look up something.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I want to hear what Ann Taylor has to say about this plea group, because it seems like I was wrong in that statement. The defense lawyers can go to the prosecutor for a plea deal.
What I read, though, Hemisphere stated that it doesn't likely happen, that usually it's put out there somewhere down the line. That's why I've explained it that way, that the prosecution will put an offer out somewhere in the investigation portion of this before the trial starts and say, it's always a thought, if you need this, I'm just going to put it in my terms, not saying he said this, but if it comes down to the point where, you're interested, that, we may have a plea deal for you. He could have said it 2 years ago, and now they came back and accepted it. That's how I read it. I could be wrong, but I read it off of a Google thing I looked up on that, and that's how it explained it to me. But go ahead, bud. Sorry.
No, I just think that there's two sides to every story. So we hadn't heard from Ann Taylor. And my understanding is she's not going to, if Brian Koberger does appeal, she's not going to be able to defend him anymore, which he's going to have new lawyers anyway. But from what I'm reading here, I had to look it up, the defense attorneys can go to the prosecutor to start talks of a plea deal. Now I'm beginning to wonder if that's because of all the hearings that we got, 9 out of 10 of everything that she presented got turned down.
Yes, it did.
And I noticed she also had Hippler pretty much asked her, why are you taking on another case on top of this one?
Right.
So I'm beginning to wonder, and like I said, I'd just like to hear from her and find out why would she go to her client believing that he did not do this to take a plea deal.
Well, there is one thing that I do know, that I don't know that it's going to happen, but I did look into it. It makes a lot of sense. Go ahead, Jesse. As soon as I get through this, you can do it then. That there is something called post-conviction relief. I've talked about it before. That he has available to him at or on or after 42 days of sentencing in the plea. Okay. And what that does, from what I read on that, gives them up to a year of time to be able to make something happen within trial or whatever it is. And I feel like getting out from in front of Judge Hippler, out of that court per se, and going through something in that sense, this may have been an only option based on what you just said, that he denied everything. There was no assistance of counsel via the counsel could get nothing. His counsel, the defense, had nothing. Every time she went to go for something to try to help her client, it was denied. She had no options. None. Okay? None whatsoever. And I don't understand. Hold on a minute here. It was 3 weeks to jury selection. Hitler wanted record of the final offer. It was okay. There you go. There's that. Thank you, Meg. Or I'm sorry, Lucy. Jesus. Sorry about that, Meg. So, and I feel like that's a good point right there. That's a big point. It was 3 weeks to jury selection, and the judge wanted record of the final offer. Okay. There you go. Okay. Now, like I said, I'm trying to catch up with my chat, guys. I'm listening to you guys, and I don't get to see everything over here. So I've been saying it since the first time I heard it be said. The defense asked. Right. Okay. Well, there it is. That's the answer about the plea deal being offered or accepted. So back to where I was at. And I knew I was going to lose. That's why I don't stop talking, because I usually lose my train of thought. That's how I feel about that aspect and what's going on. But thank you for explaining that, Alicia and Lucy. I appreciate that, so people may understand that. Let me catch these up, because these might answer a lot of your questions, you guys.
While you're doing that, so I think what you're saying, like, I want to bring this up because it's something that I've come to really understand after following this case for a few years, is these trials are determined prior to the trial. It's in these pre-trial hearings. And I always got this impression, and I don't know quite what, I don't know if it's on or off. I can't wait to hear from people in the case, but it's like from the beginning of the pre-trial hearings, like when we started hearing about the baby Frank's hearing, quote unquote, back in January, it seems like every avenue that the defense was taking to use for their defense from Brian was taken away from them. And then all up until a few days before the plea deal coming through, it was like the alternative suspects were even shot down. So when you determine what the trial is going to look like, that's decided before trial. The trial is just what's left over. The trial is just what they want the public to see. And so I'm wondering, was this just the last card?
Could be. And like, good point. Welcome, Deidre.
My answer to that would be, what did they gain? I mean, the plea deal, they didn't really get anything out of it. I mean, if they got anything out of it, you could say, well, they figured they were gonna lose, so they pled out. But I mean, all the experts agree. I've seen a million takes on this. They didn't get anything. They pled guilty. They gave up their right to appeal. They didn't get any special treatment. It was a complete surrender, which is kind of suspicious especially when this evidence comes out and we see what kind of evidence they actually had.
That's why that's hard to believe, Jesse, right? But I feel like she came to the conclusion that no matter what she did, she wasn't going to get any assistance on it, and they really didn't have far to. I feel like she noticed how he was being on this and said, I'm not going to get anywhere with this. No matter what I do, I got to find a way to get around this to try to help him. And that's my thought, is why it's not that she gave up. I've said that before. I feel like she ran into a brick wall and knew she wasn't going to be able to go any further and had to find a way to make something happen. And this was maybe the best option if they go in that direction, like I said. Now, if they don't, then we're all going to be sitting here with our thumbs up, in our asses going, what was that? That makes no sense now at all. And that's when everybody's going to be really frustrated. But that's my thought on that. I don't know. But real quick, to speak on something, what Alicia was trying to say before, and I said this once before, actually twice, I think, was that at some point Hitler actually sat in the courtroom and said, I need this. Okay. That's what they're both talking about in the chat. For you, those of you who don't understand that. Let me go back to where Meg said it, or Lucy said it. I keep confusing you two today. I don't know why. Alicia pointed that out, Jesus, about 2 weeks ago. And I spoke on it twice, but I don't think anybody understands it. This statement here, it was 3 weeks to the jury selection. Hitler wanted record of the final offer, meaning he wanted to have it on record what the final offer was going to be. Okay. And that's when the police situation came out. That's where that came from, how it came to be. She in turn went back to him and said, that's what I was trying to say, but I didn't put it in those terms, so I'm sorry. And said, okay, if that's still on the table, then we're going to go ahead and take this, okay? And that would be because of the plan. I hate saying that word, but the ideals that she has to make this something happen with this, in my opinion. Of course, my opinion. But that is what Alicia has been was explaining it. I guess nobody seems to be understanding. Because he did. I remember him saying that, you know, I need this at this point. You need to come together or come up with this, put it together, get it out there, whatever. And that's where that came into effect, folks. That's where he came into effect. And that is where it came from the prosecution side first. Okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. And my apologies, Alicia, for not explaining that better before if I didn't. So go ahead, Jesse, with what you have to put your what you wanted to say.
All right. Well, those of you who know me know that I spend some time with my son watching Mine Hunters on a nightly basis. I'm a big true crime guy. I watch all these shows. But recently, I've been watching Sons of Sam on Netflix.
Good show.
Good
show.
So Mine Hunters, David Berkowitz, the son of Sam, is a prominent feature in the show Mine Hunters. I mean, and a lot of these experts, a lot of these people that I consider to be idiots, but the people that you'll see on Nancy Grace and Interview Room with Scott McDonough, they've studied these guys, right? And they've studied David Berkowitz, and their entire point of view on crime is based on these topics, right? So Mine Hunters features David Berkowitz. Sons of Sam, though, just finished watching it like a couple days ago. It outlines how one of the most prominent serial killer cases in the world was basically a multiple perp case. I mean, there's an investigative reporter by the name of Maury Terry who was so convincing with his investigative reporting. He had one of the victims basically working for him on his team. This guy was a guy that got shot in the head, and he went to work for the investigative reporter, and he's still on record as of today. He's on record saying, David Berkowitz did not shoot me. I was shot by somebody else. There's overwhelming evidence that the son of Sam was not one guy. It was several people coordinated. There's several victims' parents that believe that there's no way that David Berkowitz actually killed their children. In fact, the whole moniker "Son of Sam," one of Berkowitz's neighbors was named Sam, but he had 2 children. So the son of Sam was actually his children who, strangely enough, were implicated in these crimes. And there's plenty of evidence to suggest that this guy's children were involved in these crimes. So, but the way it breaks out in the documentary is the cops involved, they cut their teeth on this crime. They made their hay. They, just like the Idaho 4. I mean, they were promoted. They're heroes, right? I mean, these guys were heroes because they solved the son of Sam killings, but they didn't solve it. They crafted a narrative. They sold it to the public. And you know, I've debated Jeff H on this channel. I've debated this Jeff H on other channels. I'll debate anybody who wants to come at me. You know, people will say, well, you know, you're a conspiracy theorist, and I've pointed to the fact, well, we just saw the Karen Reed trial. We saw them present inverted video footage. We saw them manipulate evidence. And then a guy like Jeff H will come at me and say, well, just because it happened there doesn't mean it's going to happen. Well, when I can point to case from the 1970s that basically set the criteria for how we investigate these crimes, that all the experts use as a benchmark, and the fact that it happened in that case, I think it's probably happening in most cases. Cops make money. They get promoted when they push a narrative, solve crimes quickly, they don't care how complicated it is. They want to make it as simple as possible, pin it on one guy. And I encourage all of you guys to watch Sons of Sam. And there's many of them, Son of Sam, but it's got to be Sons of Sam. It's the story of Maury Terry, investigative reporter, who was completely enveloped in the Son of Sam case, as we all are in the Idaho 4 case. Watch that on Netflix. It will give you a ton of perspective. I'm telling you that right now.
It is a great show. I agree. Definitely. And it does give you the an outlook to be able to understand some things that maybe aren't currently understood per se. So yeah, good point, Jesse. Welcome back, Kiki. Thank you for joining us again. You're muted, hon.
Sorry for throwing off the stream, Dago. I was driving before, and then I got back here.
You're good. Don't worry about that. It happens all the time.
Thank you.
Absolutely. But yeah, Jesse, that's a good point. And it is a decent show, really good show. And it does make you, and it's based on real things, folks. It's not fiction. So it does give you an understanding of how some things happen, could happen, will happen, and may happen. So just if you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's definitely an interesting show. All right, on we go. And I hope everybody understands that whole thing about the state and the prosecution, all that stuff. If it was misdirected, I guess, or misspoken, my apologies. Sometimes it's hard to say things that people understand it the way you're saying it, and my ADHD sometimes overtalks my mouth overtalks my brain. So if I've ever misspoken on something, my apologies. But on we go. Welcome, Amir. Good to see you. Holy hell, Amir. I've never heard of that, but okay. Enjoy it and have fun with that one. That's wild.
She wanted to have some physical protection and asked us to do that for her.
I can't imagine the preparation that went into helping her prepare for that statement. Well, originally to help her prepare to testify. What type of things did you all do to help not only her, but the other victims prepare to go into that courtroom and give their statement?
Well, we did a number of things, and fortunately, both of the surviving roommates have really strong family support and personal support through family and friends and other resources. And so we largely let them have their peace and have their time. We consciously made the decision not to start specific trial preparation discussions with them too early. In fact, we were planning on doing that about this time while we were still doing jury selection, so they weren't, so that the trauma wasn't raised and they had sustained living with that any longer than necessary in anticipation of going to trial. Of course, we had a grand jury, and although I can't talk about what actually happened at the grand jury, you can imagine that a grand jury would be an opportunity for potential witnesses to be meeting with us meeting with them. But the families really did this on their own, and we said, we're here for whatever you want, whatever we can do, just let us know. We want you to have your space. We want you to be healed and as strong as possible. It's tough for them. It's been tough for them.
Right. Did you know what each of them was going to say?
No. We were, well, actually, no, I take that back. We were aware of Bethany's statement because Bethany wrote out her statement and had one of her college friends, Emily, read that. So yes, we did have that in advance, but we did not know what Dylan was going to say, nor did we know what most of the other victims or family members were going to say. It was pretty fresh to us hearing it in court as it was for everybody else in the courtroom.
And what was your reaction hearing some of those? I mean, you got emotional at points when you were speaking, but there were some of those statements were very emotional and very raw.
They were very emotional. They were very honest. The strength that that not only Dylan and Bethany showed, but the family members who were suffering this, horrible, unimaginable loss. The strength that they showed. You had the whole variety of reactions, just as we expect. People are going to grieve differently. Some grieve with anger, some grieve with self-reflection. And we saw all of that in the courtroom on July 2nd. It was, or excuse me, on July 23rd. I believe it was on July 2nd. So on July 23rd, we saw all that range of emotions. It was powerful. And if you were watching, you saw that even the court teared up. And I think there were probably times during that sentencing hearing where there wasn't a dry eye in the entire courtroom from not only family members, but law enforcement who were there to watch. The Attorney General was there. The court security staff. This impacted everybody.
The whole world. Can I ask you a procedural question, Bill?
Sure.
I've covered other sentencings where the victims are not allowed to address the defendant. They have to address the court. And in fact, in the Daybell sentencings, the court, I believe, had to pre-approve some of they couldn't say certain things. Was that different here because this was a plea agreement and he had already pleaded guilty, or just a different judge deciding to be a little bit more?
I don't believe so. That's why I don't believe what he just said. I have every reason to believe that they knew exactly what was going to be stated beforehand, which is probably why Steve Gonzalez Jr. didn't speak in the courtroom and waited till he spoke outside after the fact. That's just an opinion I have. And you also heard Olivia state that she was ready to go to jail if she had to be arrested based on her statements. Because I feel like she was told not to say certain things. She did anyway, and they just didn't do anything about it. So I'm telling you, I feel like he knew everything that was going to be stated beforehand. And again, this is all just my opinion.
Flexible? Any idea?
Nate, it's a little bit of both. In a death penalty case, during the punishment phase of the trial, victims are allowed to make impact statements, but Idaho law specifically prevents them from giving opinions about the defendant or for advocating for a specific sentence. The impact statements in the penalty phase of a death penalty case are restricted just to the impact of the losses on that particular family member or on the family. That doesn't apply in other types of sentencings in criminal court. And so it really is left up to the judge's discretion. And I've been in front of judges who have made it clear up front that he or she wants the victim impact statements directed at the court, not at the defendant. But in this case, Judge Hippler allowed some of the family members who wanted to address the defendant directly. I think that in this case, that was appropriate. I think that was important for those family members to have.
Gee, that doesn't show any bias with Hippler, does it? At all? I sure think it does. Sorry.
I know. Oh, I'm sorry. Did
No,
I just
go
talk
ahead.
over someone?
Go ahead.
Well, okay. And this is just building off a little bit because he was just talking about DM. Okay.
Right.
So I was watching another. I was following another case. It's a high profile case. It's regarding Justin Baldini and Blake Lively. Okay. And
Right.
it's an interesting subject because if you have the money, clout and fame or your public reputation has a value. It just does. And that's the bottom line. And in that case, they had YouTubers. There were 16 YouTubers they served cease and desist orders to. And then in the midst of that, they had enough money that they had their own legal teams for each YouTuber because Popcorn Planet hired legal defense and went after them for their freedom of speech rights.
Right.
And in the midst of that, they actually sued Popcorn Planet, trying to get their private communications with whoever they were talking to in the Baldini camp. Anyway, what I'm getting at is money is the way to stop people. Money is how people control their public appearance, whether it's planting people in to control the story and talk to the people who are reporting on it, or serving cease and desist orders to people to stop talking about them. What I'm getting at is this. I interviewed a woman on my channel called Ashley Gilliard, and she was involved in the very first Idaho 4 defamation lawsuit, okay?
Right.
And when I hear DMs GoFundMe, I have some questions about it. Number one, the ambiguous nature of what she's raising money for sounds to be like healing, right? Could DM be raising money so she has the ability to control the, her public what people are saying about her publicly? Because it's one thing to theorize or speculate on DM, but there are sometimes incidences where she has video after video or article after article or post after post made about her. And this happened early on, and we noticed that Reddit got cleaned up from DM for a while, like about a year ago. I'm curious, is DM going for another round? Just speculation. Could that 100 grand be that so she can heal by stopping some of the defamation that's going on? I don't know, but that's a possibility because precedence has been set in the Idaho case with the Gilliard case.
Right.
So as Schofield was awarded, I mean, I'd have to look into all the details, but in that case, literally what Ashley was doing is entertainment value. That's what reading tarot cards is on TikTok.
Yeah.
So she was in the entertainment category when she was talking about these things. So I don't know. It's just something to think about.
It is a very, 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 in my opinion, interesting theory, Kiki. Truly, it is. I had never even thought of that until you brought that up. So that is quite interesting. And a good way to look at that, because you need a, let me clarify this, that everybody knows that she didn't start it personally, because I know that's a big deal. She's going to state that her aunt did. That doesn't mean that she didn't mention it to her aunt. We don't know how things go on behind the scenes. So it is what it is, but it was for healing. And we were told initially that she wanted it to be able to relocate, basically start a new life, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And that's how you heal. Well, I highly disagree with that. I'm sorry. And what you just said kind of flipped a switch in my brain and made me say, okay, that is interesting. I never thought of that. So, and that's why I like having these think tanks when we have these discussions, because that's something I would have never thought of. And it's very interesting. So thank you for that point. Anybody, any other statements before we go forward?
Well, I just feel like it's going to be one of many. There's just not a chance. I feel like that there's the only defamation lawsuits that's going to come out of the Idaho 4 is going to be Schofield and Gilliard, because it seems so small compared to the other things that I've seen. I'm not saying somebody's going to get awarded, but the standard was set. You know, the number of videos, the number of cease and desist letters, you know, so I'm wondering what precedence that makes, or maybe it doesn't even affect this case because it was taking place in another state. Even though the victim was in Idaho, you know, I don't know. But it's an interesting question. And a lot of attorneys have weighed in on this, like a lot of very popular attorneys on YouTube. So I'm wondering, I think it's going to be a topic in the future. As soon as the court proceedings and we know what's going on with the appeal, I have a feeling I just can't imagine that nothing will transpire from chaos online. I don't know. But I don't know either.
I got something to say about this.
Yes, sir.
And I want to address my good friend, Eddie, who is my good friend. He said they did throw DM under the bus. And I'm hearing a lot of talk about like DM, it's not her fault. They put her in a bad position. And, you know, I can read the documents and I can see that they've twisted her words. But I heard her voice on the 911 call. I heard her say, "Come on, Bethany, we've got to check." They didn't need to fucking check. They didn't need to check. They knew what happened. They all knew what happened. In my not so humble opinion, Dylan, Bethany, Hunter, Emily, Josie, all of them, all those kids knew and still know. They know more than we know. They know far more than we know. They know the motive. They know the players. And they're all selling the narrative. And maybe they threw her under the bus by having us focus more on her. But to me, that whole group of people is a group. Dylan and Bethany are the roommates, but there's a larger group. There's a group of 7, 8 people that were there present at that 911 call, and they're all selling the same narrative. They're all cooperating. They're all on a, they all have the same goal. I mean, and I've said this many times. If it was me, if I showed up at your house, any of you, any of you could be my best friend. If I show up at your house and you give me a bullshit story and then I repeat it to the cops, I'm going to want to backpedal from that. I'm going to want to step away from that and downplay that and say, shit, listen, I don't know. I'm just telling you what they told me. But tell me, who's saying that? Nobody's saying that. Nobody's backpedaling. Nobody's downplaying it. Everybody's just saying this is the way it was. It doesn't make any, and they're selling us a story that makes no fucking sense. They're selling us a story that some random guy with women problems came into a house with a K-bar and stabbed everybody up. Nobody saw nothing. Nobody heard nothing. Nobody knew nothing. That story is bullshit. They know it. I know it. You guys know it. Deep down, you all know it. But they're selling that story. And for all the people that are selling that story, they're all the same to me. It doesn't matter if it's Dylan or Bethany or Hunter. They're all selling the same fucking thing. Good question, Eddie. Good question.
And I think that's where Eddie was coming from with the statement that he made with that, is based on where is this all starting from? Where's it all coming from in the, going back to the basics on it? Where does it start at? And that's what I think Eddie's always had issues with, is how this begins, where it begins. You know what I mean? So agreed with both of what your statements were, yours and Eddie's as well. It's gotta have a beginning and an end. You know what I mean? So we know the beginning obviously is when the murders happened, but from the beginning of that, November 14th, I'll go there, of 22, who started with this? And the narrative that this has turned into, where did the script come from, if you're going to call it that, and go from there? Bingo. And I agree with that. I fully do. So in a sense, I guess, yeah, they did definitely, based on what he said, throw her under the bus in that sense. We know, there's another video that I watched a little bit of this morning with SRB we're talking about, I said we may review. He puts it out there too. Pavarotti did a video on it, and it claims, that maybe those words weren't so much untruth that they were given. But when they were given to law enforcement, that they took that and they molded that into whatever they had to, okay, and completely changed it. And what are they going to do? Are they going to say that's not what I said? No, that's not what I said. He changed it, this and that. At this point, with the trauma base of it, they probably didn't, or they're probably not going to. So I can agree that that's, in a sense, how they would have thrown her under the bus in that point. But she still has her own things that she needs to answer for, in my opinion, and quite a few other issues that need to be answered for. They completely twisted their words. Yes, I agree with that too.
I just think of them all as one unit. I get it. I'm going back to what Dave said, and I just think they all know. I think they all are the same. They all know, and they're all selling us the same story when they know damn well what actually happened. Right.
Absolutely. I can agree with that too. I do understand. And I see what you mean about as one unit. I get it. I do.
In my humble opinion, I think this has been going on long enough for all of them know that things are going to get swept underneath the rug anyway, and we're all going to be fine. But what the difference is this time around, it didn't get swept underneath the rug like they expected it, and it blew up the way they did. And they all went to damage control. Yes, it's not out of the norm for people to start calling people out on their bullshit like they did. They have, and they constantly will have, because we probably won't never know exactly who actually did this. I think we all can agree that one person can't break in this house, kill 4 kids, leave 2 survivors, and walk out with no trace of DNA on them, No trace of DNA in this car or anything that's tying him to the victims, other than what Bill Thompson said, that this was the last spur of the moment decision that Brian Kohlberger said, you know what, F it, I'm going to do it. This is what I'm going to do. I want to point out something now. Have you ever been somewhere like in the middle of the woods or something, and you just don't have cell phone coverage?
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
You mean you can go out to a park or someplace that don't have any cell phone coverage at all? You ain't got no signal.
I can go to my damn basement and have the same problem. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. There's dead spots out through where I live at. I live in a rural area. I can drive up the road and cross through an intersection, and I have zero, and I mean zero, nothing. It's like my phone doesn't exist in that area. So yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
So it's very common for signal to drop off when you're out in the middle of nowhere, like this park was that Brian Kohlberger said he was at. So
I feel that, and I think that I wish Twiz was here because he could explain it better. But I think that area was on a completely different tower. Okay, that's my understanding. That he may have connected to a completely separate tower than what was looked at in that aspect, closer to that area. And I think that was what the big deal was. So yeah, perfect sense. It makes perfect sense what you're saying.
Yeah, because it happens to everybody. You know? But I think we all can point to something in this case that's complete bullshit. I'm just hoping that something good is going to come out of it. And what needs to be done is we need, like I said earlier, we need to hold our elected officials accountable for laziness like this, because they cannot prove that he did this. And not only that, if Brian Kohlberger is guilty, then have him explain himself. Okay, if you did it, okay, tell us how you did it and who was involved, because you could this don't add up that you did this on your own.
That's exactly hemisphere why I feel like he can't and why he won't speak on anything, because he wasn't there, in my opinion. And in turn, you can't speak on something you have nothing to know about. You know what I mean? Or no connection to.
But as far as what he said about holding your elected officials accountable, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm starting to believe that this isn't an isolated incident. And when people target me with my opinions and they say, well, you're a conspiracy theorist, you distrust government. And I've countered with, well, I distrust government because my government has given me reasons to distrust them. There's historical precedence there, right? And that is a solid argument, in my opinion. That's a very solid argument. But I think it's even more, the deeper you dig, the more solid it gets. And that's what my point was with the son of Sam killings. And I mean, like I said, the son of Sam killings is what all these experts have studied. The Jennifer Coffendoffers, the interview room McDonough guy, and all these people that we don't like. And I shouldn't speak for all of you. Some of you, maybe you do like them, but they base their theories and their hypothesis on the investigations of these historical cases. And if you go back and think these historical cases were just like this case and completely fucked from the beginning, and it was a bunch of drunk cops that were just trying to make a name for themselves and cover up all the evidence that disputed what, the mainstream narrative was, which, I mean, I'm honestly saying, you watch that documentary, it's hard to not believe that there was more than one people involved in that son of Sam killings, and that David Berkowitz was just one of many. And then, so all these highly educated people that have they've written papers on it. This is why people kill. And then to find out that what they're basing it on is they were wrong. They were operating on flawed logic. I mean, they jump to so many conclusions based on just their, they go to school, they get a degree, and then all of a sudden they think they're fucking God. They start spewing these, it was sexually motivated, and he gets gratification from this. And it's like, you don't know any of that. You have no proof of any of that. And you just spit it out. And then you find out that what they were educated on was the son of Sam killings, which was a farce in the first place. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I think that there's more corruption coming to light every day, that you live in a society where you think everything's on the up and up, and you think, oh, there's maybe some corruption over here, over there, probably in your own backyard, more than you know.
I have something I'd like to say. I'd like to respond to Jesse, if you guys don't mind. Jesse, I love your point, and the fact that people would question you for questioning the government makes me so angry, because here's the thing: the government isn't a big freaking other entity. The government is you and me. The government is us. This is a representative democracy, because and it frustrates me so much when people think that there's this big brother system amongst them. No, you're the system, and if you don't like it, get off your ass and make a change. Make a change. It's as simple as voting. It's as simple as getting at these towns. In my little city, I know who the cops are. I just open up my little pamphlet about my taxes, and it tells me who we're paying salary to, who they are, how we hired them. If you want to be part of that process, join your city government, join your town government, because politics is local. And if you don't like the way someone's behaving, if you don't like the tenor of their philosophy, you can hire someone else. These people don't have tenure to the point where they can't be fired. So if there's somebody corrupt, that's up to you and me. And then furthermore, just speaking about it is called auditing our rights. And it's akin to the same as volunteering and improving your local government. But that's all I have to say is it's idiotic to me so much when people say, oh, you distrust your government. No, the system is as good as the people in the system. The system is run by humans, and humans, there's good humans, there's bad humans, there's manipulative humans, there's liars, there's truth. You can't judge. It's only as good as people. We have to have a system of checks and balances first and foremost, because there has to be a way to correct something that goes wrong. But on the other hand, just blindly trusting Big Brother is the most un-American thing I've ever heard in my life. It's communistic, in my opinion. Hi, puppy.
In my opinion, to back that up, forever and a day, it's always been innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. How many times have we seen in this trial alone that narrative flip-flop? Now he's guilty. Now let's prove that he's innocent. And you got the prosecutor right here throwing him under the bus every chance he gets. They call him a liar. He's not trustworthy. He's not this. He's not that. That's not the way our judicial system should work and hasn't worked. Our forefathers would be freaking rolling over their graves because that's what they fought for.
Amen.
That's what our military is fighting for, is our freedom. And that's part of it. Our judicial system is I don't know where it went wrong, but this is wrong.
And that's why we got to fight. We got to fight this case. And people call us pro-burgers. Oh, you want to stand up for a serial killer? It's got nothing to do with that.
Nope.
You want to stand up for your own rights, because next time it's going to be your cousin, your uncle, your son or daughter. It's your rights. And the idea that Kohberger's a bad guy. Kohberger might be He might very well be a bad guy. That's irrelevant. We got to fight for this. We got to fight this idea of the way that this is the way that you're going to prosecute people, and this is the way that people are going to be tried in a court of law. That needs to be fought for not for Kohberger, but for you guys. I'm not even American, but
right. And that's what I've been saying, Jesse. I don't care, and don't take this the wrong way, because I do, but I don't. I don't care about Brian Koberger right now. I don't care whether or not he did it or not. What I care about, and what I've been doing these repeated shows about again and again and again and again, is pointing out what happened to get us to this point with Brian Koberger, and how beyond backwards it is, and how wrong it is that this happens. And, you know, I don't live in Idaho. I don't live in Latah County. And what Kiki just said was a very strong statement. You know, if I was there and I saw what was going on, I would be all over this shit, picketing in front of the courthouse. What did you do here? How did you do this? Why are you disallowed? All that kind of bullshit, and voting and trying to become part of I live in a small area too. And my town is run by a board of directors, per se, lack of better terms, but a city manager, things like that. And my city itself, I live in a township, is beyond corrupt. And we vote these people in and out all the time. They're constantly taking public funds and putting them in their pockets, things like that. And then there's no money for us to have a police department, per se, for 3 years that we finally got back. That's what I'm talking about, which is what she's talking about. We have to make the difference as the people. Sarge has been screaming this for the 3 years that I've known him. Okay. And what a hell of a platform to be able to do that on, to get people in the same boat as us on these thoughts. But that's what this is about to me, is right here. The fact that they took and used the Constitution as toilet paper, in my opinion, and nobody says a word. They're just the people that call us pro-burgers don't understand that we're here for truth. We're not here for Brian. We're here for the truth. I want to know the truth. I want to know how this happened. I want to know why this was overlooked, why this was allowed, why this. If Brian could have done it, okay, he could have done it, and maybe he's a genius and figured out a way to do this that all of us could not see. Okay. Am I saying I believe that? No, because I don't at this point, but he could have. That's a fact that we need to understand. The man said and sat down and said, yes, I plead guilty to these charges. That's a big deal, folks. That's a big deal. The point is, I don't care about that right now. What I want to understand is why this person that's sitting right here has gotten away with this for years upon years upon years, and has a flawless record for getting all of these cases under his belt that I feel like he did no work on, and they're just okay with that. Like I said,
right after Brian pled guilty, Santa gets up there and says, "By the way, we didn't have any evidence."
Right, right.
You know, like,
but thank you.
I mean, that's just not okay. I mean,
right.
The fact that they had no evidence is not.
Thank you for finding him guilty in the court of common pleas. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, in the court of public opinion. That's what I meant to say.
Isn't it worse that they knew their work product wasn't complete and they still pushed and they made all these stories up about Brian?
100%.
That's even worse.
At the beginning, yeah.
One thing to be wrong. We can all be wrong, and it's not a bad thing. It's a learning experience. But when you know you're wrong and you have the life of another human being in your hands, and you continue on for your own reputation and for your own selfish desires, that's the epitome of criminal behavior.
Amen.
I mean, you know, I still, as I've always said, I don't know if the kid did it or not. All I know, and all I could really argue with logic, is that their accusations is the only way he couldn't have done it. Okay?
Exactly.
You take a whole list of everything that they've put forward, and you see that none of that list puts Brian at the crime scene. Well, I argue that doesn't mean he didn't do it yet. It clearly shows he didn't do it in the manner in which they've preached. That doesn't mean he couldn't have done it. Doesn't mean he's innocent. It simply means that these people knowingly and willingly created a scenario and ran him into the dirt with it. And that happens in all of our cases around the country. I mean, you know, people in true crime say don't talk politics. Well, how can you not when you see what's happening here, what you see happen in the Delphi case, what you see happening in the Karen Reed case?
Yep.
So
what do you mean don't talk politics? That's what these people are. They're politicians, or they're
Sergeant Friday. I'm happy to see you.
It's led by a political guide, folks. That's all there is to it. There's no way you can get around it.
Right. And in all fairness, look what's happening in Washington, D.C., because the local mayor fired 800 police, defund the police.
Right.
You had to call out the National Guard and the Army to bring order to that. So that's the capital of your country. That should be the apple of everybody's eye.
Oh, I would love to just say something about DC. In that instance, like, it is so crazy. I like, one of the people that they fired was the person putting out the statistics, and
Right.
like it's so like it's like, do you and this is not a political statement on one side or the other. This was a person in control of statistics. It wasn't a Democrat or Republican. But the point is to do that to your fellow citizens, to not explain to them how dangerous the place that they live is, and like just the fact that they have these. I was listening to some of the criminals that were put out on cash bail in DC, and one of the victims was like, it was an SA case, and they let them out like for these really strange arbitrary laws that their district attorneys pass. And I don't know what it's designed for other than to cause chaos. But the situation in DC, it's crazy to me, not to trail off, but you hear all this conversation. People are like, oh, are they going to do this in other cities? Are they going to bring this to LA? Are they going to bring this to Chicago? Are they going to bring this to New York? And it's like, District of Columbia is not a freaking, it's controlled by the federal government, and the police chief there allowed the National Guard to come in. Like, I don't know if I'm trailing off on a subject you guys don't want to talk about, but I'm glad you brought it up because it's definitely one of those situations.
Can I just say this, though? There is one thing that I want to correct you on. We are not a representative democracy. We are absolutely not that. We're a representative republic. If you want to see how democracy works and why democracy is not part of our constitutional founding, look at the city you're talking about. Those officials are elected democratically by popular vote, right? And those people choose to have those guys in charge, and or they're cheated, they cheat their way in. A democracy is the first step to totalitarianism. There is no there. That's why America was founded as a representative republic. That way, your main leader in the country can't be elected by a popular vote, which could be a corrupted vote like you see in DC, Chicago, Los Angeles, California, Massachusetts. Those local parts are democracy, but your national level is not a democracy. It's a representative republic where everybody's vote counts through an electoral college. So we are not a democracy. We were intentionally made not to be a democracy to avoid 51% control by communists or socialists or a monarchy. That's why they founded it as a republic.
Well, it's really interesting, too, because if you look at what's going on in Texas right now with the redistricting, and then you hear California, giving their 2 cents in, and then you have Florida giving their 2 cents in, trying to balance us out. It's all like, you know what? All of you all should just shut the F up and sit down, because it's very clear that you've all been gerrymandering all of your districts, and you just want to shift it around a little bit. In some of these places, they've gerrymandered them so much they can't even change the districts because it's just going to make it more Republican. It's incredible, the manipulation in some areas. It's
gerrymandering is based on race. If you're black, no matter where you live, they'll include that district.
Oh,
you can live in the northern Texas and southern Texas, and they connect those two. They connect those two together as one. That's what they've done. They've used race to chop the country up.
I didn't know this. I didn't know it was based on race. I thought it was both based on.
No, it's based on race. It's solely based on race, and that's where the Supreme Court is stepping in now. And I'm sure they're going to eliminate the ability to use race to predict the voting district. It shouldn't be based on race. It should be based only on population.
That's what I thought it was based on. I take it back then what I said, because then I obviously don't know what I'm talking about.
I've heard race and minority. I've read that too, and it's like really sad because
I got black people in my neighborhood. Why should they be carved out of my district? Because they're black? What makes that fair for them?
I thought it was how they registered to vote.
No.
Well,
that's a race-based law. That's actual racism.
That's what the Democrats have done to these states where you lost opposition in many states like New York and California because of the way they gerrymandered the district on race. You see? And then they condition the people in those districts, or they condition our blacks. They're not African American. They're not even minorities to me. They're just another human being.
Yep.
And they should be able to vote in the group of the people in which they live, community-wise. That's what should matter, not that I'm black and my other black group lives 800 miles south of me and we should be one district. bullshit.
I've
Yeah.
never even heard any of this. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm
And
just
I
talking
didn't
a
want
lot.
to tear your Koberger case to politics, but here,
No,
but
no,
what I
no,
did want to say
don't
is
apologize. Don't apologize. No,
is
don't
what
worry.
Bill Thompson is. He's the epitome. He represents the corruption within the system, and this guy doesn't even know he's corrupt.
Yeah, that's the sad part. He thinks he's doing it the right way, and he's
Correct.
absolutely not. He's absolutely not. It's a joke. If anybody that should be sitting in a cell right now, I think it's him. I truly do, and I've thought that for quite a while. So just to make
You
that,
know, I said that, and I turned that guy John, the Detective John, against me. I said I hope this guy does it and he gets acquitted because of what they've done here. I said it because of everything you're all reading now and all of the stuff coming out from evidence that there was no evidence, and yet they railroaded this kid. This thing would never have passed a preliminary hearing.
no.
But
I
they
agree.
shortcutted it, and they lied to a grand jury, and they pushed it down the throat to indict the guy.
Of course.
Now,
And they're still lying. I mean, we get
Yeah.
that article that just came out with the Barnharts
Oh,
talking
God,
to
yeah.
whoever. I mean, it's a recent article, just comes out, and it's clearly misinformation. I mean, the only way it's not misinformation is if I mean, it contradicts what the detectives and what Bill Thompson said. So
I
either
hope
Bill
the kid's got
Thompson
10
and the
days.
investigative,
In 10 days is 40. His 42 days will be up in 10 days. Yes.
Yes.
All right. You know, it's possible that he took the plea deal so that he could appeal the whole case and get it to a different court. I don't deny that that's possible. It's possible he didn't commit the crime. I don't deny that either. In light of the fact that he admitted to it, though, his next actions will show us. And here's the point. I don't really care if the kid did it or not. What I care about is a justice system in the United States that's based on the constitutional limits for government. Those are not my rights. Those are the roadblock you cannot cross. You can't kick in every door in a street to find drugs and arrest somebody. There's a reason you're not allowed to do that. And it isn't that I have the right to privacy. My rights they're spoken by God, whether people believe in God or not. They're spoken by the spirit in the sky or the people you want to, you ridicule all the religion you want. Those are inheritable rights given to you at birth because you're a human being. Period. End of story. Wherever they come from, it isn't your government. The government is not giving you permission to carry a gun. The government's told that they can't interfere with your ability to carry a gun. They can't interfere with your ability to free speech, your privacy, your right to a fair trial. Those are lines for them. And we, the people, have gotten to this thought that there are rights, and they're not. They're limits of those people that you elect to represent you. They're there to protect those limits. They're not there to go into a database of IGG where they shouldn't be. Right? That's the problem. This case has always been a political problem, right? And listen, I came from politics to true crime only because of this case. In this case, like the Delphi case, like the Karen Reed case, it's all political.
It has turned out, yeah. It's turned out to be that 100%.
It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should be fact-based only.
Agreed.
And it don't matter if you vote Democrat, Republican, or Independent. The case should weigh its facts, and the facts should be the only basis that it moves forward. And none of that took place in the Koberger case. None of that took place in the Karen Reed case.
Not at all.
And the answer is why? Well, it's politics. That's why.
Sergeant Friday, how about the Son of Sam case? Did you hear what I had to say about that?
I did. I was in jail with his son.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. I remember you telling me.
What do you mean that makes sense?
Have you seen that documentary?
No, I haven't. No.
You should probably watch that. It's a pretty good show.
Why, were they arguing there were more than one shooter?
Well, I think they were doing more than arguing. I mean,
Yeah.
I found, put it this way, one of the guys that actually got shot by the Son of Sam ended up working for the investigative reporter who was arguing this case. In fact, multiple victims, family members of victims, joined the team of the investigative reporter, and they were all swearing up and down that there was no way that David Berkowitz did this by himself. And I found it compelling. I think there was compelling evidence, but of course, the cops, they made hay on this. They were promoted. They solved the Son of Sam killings. They have no motivation to
look for the truth.
Yeah, and then they buried it, and they refused to listen to it, and they tried to discredit it. Well, for one thing, Son of Sam. I mean, you know who Sam is? Sam was Berkowitz's neighbor. His son was a guy named Michael Carr, and Dave. Can't remember the exact, but
Yes,
Sam
you're
Carr.
right.
Sam
right.
Carr was his neighbor, and he had two sons, and they were both basically. There was evidence that both of those kids, the actual sons of Sam,
Right.
were involved. And I mean, it's there's just too much evidence for it to be a coincidence.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and it's very compelling, Sarge. It's something I think you'd enjoy watching. Truly, you get
well, I
you'd
guess
get a
what is it?
definite
What's
interest
the name
out
of
of
the
it.
documentary?
Sons of Sam.
It's on Netflix. You have Netflix, don't you?
No, I refuse to buy Netflix. The left wing lunatics on there. I ain't buying that.
Okay.
They ain't got
Well,
my
you might be able to find it on another. I found it actually on a different stream because I have a multi-platform thing I can do it on. But either way,
I do my best not to support the people that completely oppose the American ideals.
Gotcha.
If you don't support American ideals, I don't want to do any business with you. As a matter of fact, in all fairness, I advertise my company to avoid those people.
Right.
Literally.
Understood.
You have to support the people who, like, there are good people on Netflix. Like, look at how Adam Sandler's doing. Look how Chappelle, like, they use those platforms, and because they were allowed in there, they ended up being some of the most successful people on those platforms. And it's the same with all of our social media platforms. They can't deny people who have opposing views when they hit the media and they blow up. So I mean, I still have my Netflix account. My nieces are so cute. They have, like, my nieces, I was sitting down with my sister and talking to my nieces, and one of them one's in college and the other one's a junior in high school. And they were chiming in on how Netflix has, like, this protocol. They have to have this stereotype of person and that stereotype of person in this scenario, but they do. They have, like, 5 different things they have to have in every episode, almost like a protocol. But then on the other hand, you have these other people who have taken that platform with their abilities, and they got, like, just look at Adam Sandler and, like, what he's done on Netflix, or Chappelle, like, when he decides to do things, you know, and it is pretty.
Well, Chappelle got destroyed too, though. Chappelle was destroyed. They tried to erase him.
That didn't happen.
No, they were trying. They were trying hard.
He lost $50 million.
Yeah, they tried hard to do that. Thank God they didn't achieve it, but they did try hard. It's not. I don't know who they. I'm not saying anybody in particular, but definitely did try.
Well, the left really went after him hard because of his position on a sexual topic or a gender topic.
Yes.
And so now hopefully we can get 12 years of people starting to learn that this is America, man. Your opinion's your opinion. Just don't infringe upon other people's right to be free.
Yeah, man.
Right? Like this is exactly what happened here. They should never ever have charged this kid, yet look where we are now, almost 3 years later.
Without risking talking about politics, unfortunately, I mean, I'm very much in line with what Sarge talks about, and I agree 100%. But what I will say is, a lot of the people that have been fighting for free speech, and a lot of the guys that I would consider to be people that I would be in line with, recently have just there's like a fracture of the, like, for example, for Sarge, if you're a right-wing guy, there's a fracture. There's like now two.
But I'm not right-wing. I'm not right-wing at all. I'm down the middle. I don't oppose anybody taking their dick off. I mean, just don't force it on my kid at 8 years old. I don't want my kid to hear it. It's not saying my kid gets to be 18, he can't do it. So I'm not like that hardcore of a guy. I just want freedom to be free for everybody, right? And so I don't have a problem. If you think the world is going to sink underwater, I don't have a problem with you believing that, but don't impose your fixes on your belief on me. Just like you don't want the church to impose its beliefs on you. Give me freedom, bro. You could dream all you want. We're going to die in a flood. That's fine by me. I don't have any opinion. I'm not going to insult you or attack you, but don't tell me I can't drive a gasoline car. Don't impose your beliefs on me is the whole point. That's what freedom is. You're free to believe and do what you want here. And that's been slowly eroded by censorship, by them shutting down guys like me. I think electric cars are fantastic. They're way better than gasoline cars by a magnitude that's staggering. I support them. But not because I'm trying to save the planet, but because I'm trying to save you from oil changes, air filters, spark plugs, tune-ups, transmission overhauls, rear end over. I'm trying to save you from U-joints and brakes, and that's why I support electric vehicles, not because the earth is going to drown, but because you, a fellow American, if they can get the battery things up to 800 or 1,000 miles, go buy one of them things, man. You'll never have to wait at a Jiffy Lube again. Your life would be so much better with an electric car. It really would. So, you know, I'm a middle of the road guy. I like to see solutions rather than the arguments on either side of the aisle about a fake topic. We're all going to drown. Shut the fuck up about that drowning nonsense. But I'm totally pro electric everything. You know, so I'm not really right wing. When it comes to my constitutional limits that the government has wrapped around it, I'm very stringent to that. But everything else, well, you want to move, you want to do this. You live in Thailand, right? And you're Canadian.
Yeah, no, and I certainly don't consider myself right wing either. But left wingers would not agree with me on that. They would paint me with that brush, but yeah, I don't consider myself.
They paint me with that too, but I'm definitely not that. I'm not against some of the things that they're into, and in as much as that's their business, not mine. That's freedom.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to agree with your surgeries, but I shouldn't stand in the way of stopping you.
It shouldn't make you a bad, or it shouldn't make anybody a bad person if they disagree with one person's thoughts. That's all it is. I mean,
I should point out that I live in the capital of the world as far as those surgeries go, and it's actually been that way for as long as I've been here. When I arrived 20 years ago, there was absolutely plenty of good-looking chicks that might not have been original chicks. But it wasn't weird. It was never weird. It's weird in America. It's weird in Canada. It's weird in in Europe. In Thailand, it was just there's such a different approach. There isn't activism. There's not like they're not fighting for their rights. It's just nobody cares. It's not spoken. It's not spoken about. It's just it's actually true freedom where you do what you want to do. No, you don't have to be an activist to do what you want to do. You just do it, and nobody has to.
That's the
nobody
thing.
has to agree with it.
They call us the freest country in the world. We should be, truly. We shouldn't have to settle for. Well, we shouldn't have to decide to do something because we feel like we're forced to do that. That's what I'm saying, and I think that's what Sarge is getting at, and I agree with that. In that aspect, I truly do, because we're supposed to be in the best and most freest country on the planet. That's what they tell us.
Right, and they want to mandate things against them.
Right, that's the problem. I think that a lot of people have issues with. So,
and the middle of the road voice never gets to speak. That's the other big issue here. You're either on the right or left, and I completely disagree with that. I think that being in the middle is the best place to be because you can then see things. It's like with Kohlberger here. He's not innocent or guilty in my mind. Right?
Well,
the kid pled guilty.
And not only that, the right and the left keep changing what they're saying as well. No matter who you follow these days, their positions are changing pretty quick.
Here's what I want people to do. The next time you go outside, look at how small in diameter your electric cables are on those poles. Just look at that. And just realize an entire nation is powered by that. It's incredible, the things that we have, that we live there. It's almost unimaginable that a cable that's not even an inch in diameter can supply electricity to millions and millions and millions of homes. That's insane. So can we improve it? Can we get better? Can we deliver more? Certainly. And that's what we should work for, not argue over whose car is better or whether this or that, or we're going to drown or we're going to burst into flames. Those are like religious catastrophe arguments. It's like ending the 7 horsemen are going to show up. Don't push that on me, and I won't. I don't even want to know about that. Don't push the blazing forest fires on gasoline cars and climate change, and leave that shit alone. There is a middle ground, and everybody wins. And it seems like, you got to argue against people's belief. I believe they believe this, they believe that, they believe Kohlberger's innocent, they believe he's guilty. But the middle of the road looks at the case. The case is corrupt. The prosecutor, corrupt. The police investigation, corrupt. These people got tunnel vision, and they were going to make Brian Kohlberger responsible if they had to slit their own wrists. That's corrupt.
I agree. On we go. On we go.
That opportunity to make it known clearly to the defendant what they think of him and what he had done, what the impact had on them from his killing their loved ones.
What do you think is the biggest misconception about this case?
The whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know that I have an answer to that. I'll be candid, Nate. I have not consciously followed a lot of the media, particularly social media stuff. I mean, I read the newspaper, I listen to the local radio station, and that's about it. And so I consciously didn't want to get myself distracted with whatever was going on out there in the world. I had enough people come in and talk to me about, well, there's this rumor and there's that rumor. And you know, I knew in my own mind that so much of that was just made up. It was speculation. It was people grandstanding for some folks. So, yeah, I don't know from the public's perspective, what would have been the most significant portion or troubling or compelling portion of this case.
Go ahead, Kiki.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I kind of wanted to say something when you guys were talking about constitutional rights, but I'm going to bring it up now, just kind of with what BT is saying.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things we talk about in this country, which is very unique because we came from the system that we have comes from England. And this was one of the problems with the system in England is you weren't really allowed to efface your accuser. And it wasn't, they started putting terminology in to protect private property rights, but this is one of the things they had that we advanced in our legal system. Part of that, what Bill Thompson is talking about, he says, I tried not to play into any of the rumors, but there are two things that, I mean, there are several things that I believe, you know, still haven't been explained. One of them is when it comes to the IGG, I really felt like that argument should have been taken all the way. I really felt there should have been a Franks hearing in January regarding it because it's really about facing your accuser in this country. And so many plea deals where DNA or IGG is involved, before it can be vetted, before they can even go through and see if the chain of custody was correct, people plead out on their cases because they think, oh, I got DNA. There's, you know, whether they did it or not, they know that touch transfer DNA. It's in so many plea deals. So that's one instance where no prosecutor should be making people plead down on IGG without going through the discovery process because we don't know who the accuser is. The accuser is in that chain of custody. The second thing is going back to how they actually found Brian, which has still to yet been solidly clarified. You know, I think about when on the May 30th hearing in 2023, when we had Massaw going after Bill Thompson, and it wasn't Bill Thompson on the stand, it was one of the female prosecutors. And she's like, I think it was actually Jennings. And just like, well, we have these 71 federal grand jury subpoenas and we have the scope of what's in them, but we don't have dates. We don't know why you applied for them. And they were like a week after the crime. And they had Brian's name in them allegedly. And they allegedly happened a week after the crime. So it's like, when is that ever appropriate on like a normal American citizen? Now I could see if like a higher up age federal grand jury was held, or we withhold information if there's like a national security issue, but like a regular citizen should be able to face their accuser. So I just kind of wanted to like add that to the constitutional arguments because it is a legitimate constitutional issue with this case. Maybe the evidence will come out. Maybe we will see these things released, but that was the arguing point or the sticking point for a lot of these pretrial hearings. I'm sorry, I think I'm talking too much. That's what I got.
Thank you, Miss Kiki. I appreciate it. Appreciate your thoughts. I always do. Good point. Good point. Hey, Wiz, what's up, buddy? Good to see you.
You know,
Come on. Okay, I'm asking you, Dusty. Ask you what?
Okay, so how did they find David Berkowitz? He was identified by a girl named Weedy Carr, and guess who Weedy Carr is?
Someone to do with the investigation?
The daughter of Sam, who is the sister of the sons of Sam was identified David Berkowitz.
Yeah, okay. I thought you were going for something else.
And they smashed his car window and broke into his car and found the gun in his car without a search warrant. And then they applied for it. They stood there and they waited for a search warrant to be granted. So very,
sounds familiar,
you know, same tactics. You know, again, the reason why I'm telling everybody to watch this documentary is because I think it's impossible to watch it from start to finish and not see all the parallels. And then when somebody like Jeff H tells me, oh, you're just a conspiracy theorist. No, dude, this is the way shit works. And you just haven't figured it out yet. Guys like me know the way the system is fucking stacked against you, and you just don't know it. And, you know.
Or they refuse to accept it. There's the other side of it too.
Yeah, well, wait till it happens to you. Wait till it happens to you.
Absolutely. Good point, sir. Good point.
And I think the problem for whatever reason with law enforcement and lawyers is all about getting that next promotion, right? Moving up the chain. And so it's never about the truth as it's supposed to be. As
more money, right? More money, a better paycheck, a bigger position, better position. Yeah.
We are based on old British law, but there's changes. And one of the things that brought me in was that probable cause affidavit. There is nothing in that affidavit that can pinpoint a likely conclusion Brian was involved. And a lot of people don't seem to understand that or want to argue against that. But a probable cause affidavit needs to take a common guy, and he needs to be able to read that and say it's likely, more than likely, this guy did the crime. But there's not one eyewitness, not one piece of evidence in the probable cause affidavit that says that. It's not that you could think that. Some stranger has to be able to read that and say, yeah. And the reason our system is set up that way is kings would go after dukes and falsely accuse the dukes and drag them into trial and confiscate all their belongings. So in the United States, what we did was we instilled what they call probable cause and a grand jury. And these lawyers are shortcutting it. And we as the people we're not pushing back. It's got nothing to listen. That's why I keep saying to people, you got to stop looking at innocence or guilt, and you got to pay attention to the system, because the system is being railroaded over top of people that in fact may be innocent or they're guilty, but the way they got to the guilty person was against it broke the guardrail. They broke through and did it criminally, like you're saying they did with the son of Sam. Even if that means freeing a murderer, we have to stand up and not let that happen. That's our problem.
Well, and I think it's pretty clear when you listen to them speak. You listen to Brett Payne in an interview. You listen to what they said, Gilbertson, Payne, Thompson. They aren't telling you that they've solved this case. They're telling you we've got a conviction. We've got a guy pleading guilty. We're they're proud of it, proud of themselves, but they're basically saying the quiet part out loud. I mean.
Thank you, HG. Agreed. They're doing victory dances for no reason, as I've been stating. They've gone out, done these interviews, and they're dancing around in circles. We solved this. We did that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for all the help in us doing this and blah, 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 blah. But you didn't do anything. You didn't do any work at all. Like I said, and that's the way I say it. People don't like it. They don't agree with it. That's fine. But Brian convicted himself by taking that plea deal. That's all that happened, folks. They did nothing. Okay. And that's the way I see this. And there's a problem with that. That's what my biggest issue is.
So here's the simplest question of all.
Thank you, Itchy.
Here's the simplest question to break this down for the guilters. When the prosecution clearly states they had no evidence placing him at that home, the only question that matters at that point is, then why did you arrest him?
Right.
That's the only question that matters. And there's no answer to that. That's the problem with this case. You had no evidence. So why did you arrest this guy? Why did you leak all of these stories to the public? Why did you send the father of one of the victims out telling us about a Wi-Fi connection and videos and pictures of Brian and all of this stuff this guy said? Multiple sources of DNA. These guys don't know what they're talking about with Koberger. It wasn't just transfer DNA. Only to find out every source of DNA was a different guy. You see, that's the only question that needs to be answered. No evidence, then how did you get this guy in jail? And why would you put him in jail? Why did you charge a guy you had no evidence to show was at that home? What on God's green earth prompted you people to do this?
Right.
That's the corruption. They wanted a conviction. They wanted somebody in jail so they could calm everything down and go about their little corrupt bullshit life and their little fat head like little Thompson here.
And they purposefully allowed for the court of public opinion to convict him as well. They never stopped any of that bullshit, any of the lies, the things that they stated after the fact that they were untrue. They never shut any of that down. They allowed for all that to roll right on through to the very end until they didn't need it anymore. And then they stopped and said, well, that may not have been so much true. Or maybe
that's why I said for 2.5 years that this was imminently winnable in a trial. The fact that Brian backed out is shocking to me. I that says two things. He did it or he's an idiot. Because this case was so winnable at trial. Based on what you're hearing, Bill is proving that when he tells you we have no evidence to place him at the scene of the crime. He has inference. He would make the suggestion his car drove by 23 times and would have stood up and said, but the car never came to a stop. Now, what's the jury going to do with that? How do you stalk somebody at 40 miles an hour? Somebody tell me that. You live in a house that I'm stalking and I'm doing it at 40 miles an hour, 1,000 feet away. How is that stalking you? So my point is that whatever prompted this kid to do it, that's why I come down on it. Maybe he really did do it and he just don't want to fight no more. That to me is the only, it makes more sense to me until we see if he does something in the next 10 days. If he doesn't do something,
maybe he really was involved, but I'm stabbing Xana and Kaylee, 80 times. That's a little hard for,
That was the nose I seen. I would expect it to jump off the page. That's not she. So she put him in jail because of his eyebrows, and Dylan would have set him free because of his nose. Right?
Yeah.
It was so winnable, this case.
Right.
And I'm just stunned. That's why I get stuck on the idea the kid admitted it, and being an ex-criminal, I know when I admitted things, right, is when I knew I couldn't win.
You know what gets me is the wording and the manipulative language. Like, for example, we have his phone connecting to a tower that provides service within 100 meters of the 1122 King Road residence. I mean, that's the wording they use. We have his phone connecting to a tower that provides service to within 100 meters. That sounds very powerful. That sounds like they have him at the King Road residence 23 times. And it's not an accident. It's not like that just fell in their lap.
Intentionally. They knew what they were saying was to manipulate.
Exactly. They put that out there to lead everybody to believe something that wasn't true. And and then we hear Bill Thompson say in the plea hearing that he knows that's not the case. He knows for a fact that does not mean that. But they use that language anyways to let everybody think that. So they use that deceptive, so that they've already shown us their hand. They've shown us the tactics that they're willing to go to. And the people that are out there telling me now, oh, the Barnhart said they was connecting to the Wi-Fi. Have you guys been fucking sleeping? Do you not see what's going on here?
Do you know how many places I drive? You know how many places I drive past on a daily basis whose Wi-Fi I probably connect to? That's bullshit. That's what nobody wants to look at. When they say that, nobody hears.
He connected to a tower, not to their house. He connected to a tower within 1,000 feet of their house. Look, there's a parking lot. If I committed the crime, 858 feet away is a parking lot. I would have parked there. I would have walked down from the back into their yard, went into the home and committed the crimes and went back to my car. 100%. But you see, when Ann Taylor comes out and says they have the data from his phone and that vehicle never stopped, that just destroys the idea of a stalker.
That's it.
From where I'm sitting, every piece of evidence that they talk about has to, I'm going to weigh every piece of evidence that comes forward based on this language, the cell towers 23 times connecting to a tower, and it's got to face that same scrutiny and say, well, they told me this. They told me this knowing full well that they were misleading me. So every other thing they tell me now, I have to assume that is based. Why would I be a fool to not assume that it's not, that the language that they're using and the information they're presenting is not smoke and mirrors with creative language that's trying to make me believe in something that isn't actually a fact. And that applies to the knife sheath, the Amazon purchases, all these things that we have yet to see the full details on.
Yeah.
I have to assume that it's all smoke and mirrors.
Right. And
really
like Lucy said, referring to what Sarge stated there, with specific regard to that 100 meters of the crime scene scenarios, folks, what the truth behind that whole tower thing is that BK's phone was on the tower he was on. It stops 100 meters short of being able to service that house. There's the problem. They don't tell you that. They also don't tell you how many other people connected to that and could have touched off of that same fucking thing because it doesn't fit that narrative. That's the bullshit right there. And that's how they got the court of public opinion to crucify this guy by saying stupid shit like that. And it's unbelievably just, God, it pisses me off.
Well, and then you have the Barnharts who were involved in the well, they weren't involved, but their company was involved in the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes.
With the Google search of how long to die in the cold. I mean, basically, the whole trial seemed to be revolving around. Like, if you've got John O'Keefe on your lawn and you're Googling how long is it to die in the cold, if you're in the house Googling that, you're guilty, right? I mean, that's basically the trial is hinging on this Google search,
right?
And we go to Celebrite, we ask them what happened, and they've got a Celebrite expert coming in to testify. And in my opinion, I mean, we'll put it this way: Karen Reed's innocent. So in the jury's opinion, Celebrite lied in a court of law. That's the jury's opinion. Clearly, the jury did not believe the trial. Clearly, the jury did not believe that Celebrite was telling the truth.
Right.
The moment he denied any talk or inference about the IGG and that you two had to come to an agreement to call it a tip, he should have immediately moved to get that case dismissed or to get another judge. You can't openly lie about data that was provided to the prosecution to ID the perpetrator. And yet that was being allowed. The judge recommended that the prosecution and the defendant agree on a term to call that a tip. When it wasn't a tip, they actually physically did investigative data to come up with a name. Whether the name was right or wrong isn't even relevant. The bottom line is, how do you call that work a tip? And then the trial court judge demands that you do so. There's a billion reasons this thing could be appealed. I really hope Brian appeals it. Again, not knowing whether he did it or not isn't even relevant. It's that this is so corrupt and so backwards what they did here.
Beyond. Thank you.
Part of me says I hope he did do it, and he appeals it, and he wins.
Agreed.
We shouldn't even really care if he did it or not. I mean, that as far as our rights go, and what we should really be concerned about is what might happen to us because this case certainly does set precedent.
Right? That's it right there, Jesse. Right there, you hit the nail on the head. Fact, folks.
It's not even might. It's what's happening all the time around the country.
We've seen this happen
to you, or they wouldn't. This isn't the first time they've done this BS.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm giving you reference to a case in the 70s that basically sets the precedent for what these experts are studying to come up with the conclusions that they're coming with. That's what I'm saying. And all these fucking experts that are out here telling us that they know the motivation for this have studied the Berkowitz case. And that's how they've come to and then to find out that the Berkowitz case is a scam from the beginning. You know what I mean? Like, that would be, imagine this, in 30 years, you got experts testifying in murder trials saying, well, Brian Koberger did this and this and this, and using this case as their example of how they learned the behavior of serial killers, because that's basically what's probably going to happen if
like I said, this being
if we don't do anything about it.
Right. This being accepted for what it is by the public just opens all the doors, in my opinion, for this to happen again and again and again. It's going to keep happening.
The IGG is so relevant that if you just sit back and think about it, it's very simple. The IGG legitimately identified Brian Koberger. I've said it 100 times. My gun with my fingerprints in a home with a dead body that was shot by my gun is circumstantial evidence of my involvement. It is not direct evidence until and unless you can place me at the scene of that crime. So I accept the IGG's identification, but it's no more important than circumstantial. It's transfer DNA. My gun could have been stolen. My gun could have been taken out of my house. There's a million reasons my gun is at that crime scene that does not indict me.
Right.
So even if you accept Brian Koberger's DNA as being real, that's fine. But this also explains everything you're hearing come from the prosecution, why they dumped on the public all of these twisted lies of circumstances to try to show Brian at the home. Because the most important thing about this crime isn't his DNA, nor would it be my gun. It's placing me there, makes everything work. And look what they've done to try to place this guy here. They've climbed Mount Everest. They've leaped Mount Everest because they can't place him there. And that's why I always said this was an imminently winnable case at trial. You must be able to show that he was there during the time you're claiming. And I'm going to end with this before I jump off.
Oh, actually,
I just want to say this and I'll jump back. Twiz told me they were listening to the 417 video. And that's where he said that you can almost make out Kaylee saying there's someone here.
Right.
And that video confirms what I've been saying for months and months, that this crime did not begin until 417 and it didn't end for 30 minutes forward, and it's consistent with the dog's behavior. This crime did not begin at 4 or 407 or 411. It absolutely started at 417, and you could prove that with the data they've released to us. That's why I'm mind-boggled that this kid didn't take it to trial.
Gotcha, sir. Thank you
Me
for
too.
joining us.
I agree, Sarge, with you 100% on that.
Willie.
What's up, Willie?
What's up, bro?
Appreciate your input today,
Hi,
Sarge.
everybody.
Thanks for joining us, buddy.
All right,
and
I'll
Sarge,
jump down.
thank you
Good
for
hearing from
joining
you,
us.
Willie. I haven't heard from you in a long time.
You too, dude, but I 100% agree with you. If there's no evidence, why aren't we at trial right now?
Right. Did he
So-
do it? He said he did. So I don't know.
I don't know. He said he did, but I don't know. I don't believe him in the way he's saying he did it, unless he's just trying to get all the
let
credit.
me ask this question before Sarge leaves real quick. Or did he already?
Oh, he left. That's all right.
I know he knew because he thought I was going to bounce him. That's why. You're a dick. Sir.
Why?
Anyway, you did it again. You won. Whatever. Thanks, Sarge. Anyway, does everybody in here, since we're all up here, we got Kiki's here. Willie, thank you for joining us, bud. Jesse and Hemisphere. So everybody that's up here with me right now, and of course everybody in chat, does everybody believe that if this would have went to trial, okay, that being a defense attorney, that Ann thought that if they would have went to trial, have a good day, Tanny. Thank you for joining us, hon. Don't work too hard. That excuse me, they'd have done okay with this. Do you think that Ann thought that they would have done well with this case? Does anybody have and this is just an opinion, it's not obviously
think-
don't know for a fact.
I mean, just from what I heard, dude, I've heard Hitler say multiple times to Anne, fight it out and dish it out at trial. He literally was encouraging her to, all her, saying this and saying that. He was literally, I mean, you can go back and cut out multiple clips of it, telling her, fight it out at trial. Fight it out at trial.
But that's what, though, Willie. That's what he's supposed to say. If he's
Now,
supposed
listen,
to look like a good judge.
I get
okay?
it, and I understand that the third party shit, the alternate suspect, some information was taken away from her. I get that, dude. But she was still able to use all the reasonable doubt against the state. The state was literally providing. If you look at the paperwork, the state provides the reasonable doubt, for Christ's sakes.
Well, once again, let me finish, though. There's more to what I'm saying here. Here's what
I'm sorry. I thought that was a question.
No,
My bad.
you're okay. You're okay, dude. You know better than that. I think she knew that no matter what she did, no matter what she brought, based on what she's already seen from him, from the jury, possibly even at this point, because we know the jury's tainted. The jury was tainted a year ago, in my opinion, with everything that started flowing like water.
And why ask for it to get moved?
Hold on a minute. Let me finish. There's more. You're good point, because I think in some senses she probably would have been better off in Latah County, but she probably didn't realize.
And Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Therefore, at the same time, though, I've also said I don't think he had a chance in hell in the state of Idaho, but that's just, again, an opinion. But moving on, I think she foresaw in the future that no matter what she did, it was going to hit a ball. She's going to hit a wall with everything she brought forth. Okay. And I think the nail in the coffin for her was the continuance being denied, and then the alternate suspects being denied. And the fact that he brought up, so I'm surprised Sarge didn't bring it up, but the fact that he based this whole case off of that stupid fucking car, excuse my language, but it pisses me off that he did that, as a judge, he should have never been allowed to do that. Okay.
Yeah.
When he did that, he put that thought into the whole world's head because
But
he's
also
the judge.
calling the state's witness or the defense's witnesses conspiracy theorists.
That didn't help early on, right?
That's
But
just wild to me.
right. So that in turn, I think, told Ann, I don't have a chance here. I'm not going to go anywhere with this. He's not going to.
So then, why not? But then, as a person facing life or the death penalty, Dago, right? Wouldn't you at least say to your attorney, okay, before I plead guilty, can we just at least, so it's on record, ask the judge to recuse himself for this, and this? Can we at least agree with that? Okay, maybe he would have shot it down in the first 12 seconds. Could we at least agree that it should have been on record?
I mean, I can see what you're saying, like to have it on record. Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay.
I get it.
Okay.
But
she was far too passive. She was far too passive. She as much fight as she might have had in the documents when it came to the trials, she was really passive. She did not fight. You know, we saw Massoff fight back against Hitler.
I agree.
We didn't see Ann Taylor fight back.
I think she felt that it would have been like, you know, there's no point. Lucy just said, has anyone taken any time to think about, which is a good point too, why Ann deferred to Barlow after the change.
Well, then why should represent them, dude? You know, if you feel like, you know, you can't get through to the judge and you're not connecting with the judge, then, you know, figure something out. Step away. Let Brian, you know, sit down with Brian and say, you know, I think maybe, I don't know, man. It's just anything, any kind of roadblock that I could have put in front of myself, dude, to not plead guilty on something that I didn't do, I would have thrown. That's all.
Well, and that's why I said, I'm giving this whatever, how many days he said we have left. But if I'm too loud, I'm sorry, you guys. I'll turn down. I didn't mean to be. But again, I think that, you know, I want to see what comes out, if anything at all, in this next whatever days it is. And if nothing comes out, then yeah, I'm still questioning what the point was here. Okay. Because
unless he felt like his life would be better in there than even if he was found innocent out here. I don't know. I don't know if people.
Well, there's a couple of different areas that you could look at that, angles. I mean, you could look at that. Like, yes, and we were told there were threats that were coming at the same time, this and that, and everything else. So all of these things maybe in a, you know, molded together maybe makes that make more sense. But again, I feel like Ann, like I said, I felt like she just ran into a wall and didn't feel like she could go any further. He was not going to allow this to go the way
at the end of the day, isn't it his decision, though, Dago?
Whose? Brian's?
Yes.
Well, of course it is. And he probably was, you know, what do I do?
That's what I
here?
mean. So that's what I mean. So, I mean, just me, myself, I would look at my attorney and say, what do you mean? You like, well, I didn't do this.
Willie, you followed the Karen
my life. I don't know. I'm
too,
looking
right?
at it from my life. I don't know. I don't know if my life was on the line. So I guess
that's why she probably did this, Willie, to get the death penalty pulled. You know what I mean? If it ends up nothing else, that's her doing her job there.
But he didn't gain anything else other than something that a jury would still have to vote on. He didn't gain, you know, possibility of parole. He didn't gain. I mean, they said he, you know, that Hitler said himself that you know that we're taking away whatever appeals it took away. I know he still has this appeal, but whatever appeals that he would have got, even if he was found guilty during a trial, I would have still went to trial just because of that. Okay, whatever. We don't have a shot in hell. Still, whatever. Make them prove that I did this. Okay, if you're saying our defense is going to suck or whatever, just put on what you can, Ann. But at least if I'm, found guilty, I can appeal this, and they're not going to kill me the next, year. You're going to sit on death. I'll sit on death row for the next 30, 40 years. I'm sure he has to understand all that. I just can't understand the plea, dude. I mean, I don't know.
I got a question for you, Willie. You followed the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes, very closely. Both of them, both cases.
So do you think Hitler's any more biased than Aunt Bev?
I don't know. Bev was pretty damn biased.
Bev was super biased.
Yeah.
Did it bother Alan Jackson at all?
Well, there you go.
You know what I mean? Alan Jackson
take a shot.
Strutted into that court with his balls swinging side to side. And he just, I don't care what the judge. I don't care what the judge said. You know what? Turn the cameras away from the judge and turn them towards me. I got something to say. And Ann Taylor just doesn't have that swagger.
That's what I mean. I don't care if she had to do 1,000 sidebars, dude. I don't care. Go up there, pull the judge aside, and tell him
And
what's
the
up.
thing
And
is, if Karen, even if Karen Reed was found guilty, we
Mhm.
wouldn't stop talking about, there would have been appeals. We wouldn't stop talking about that case.
Mhm.
There would have been doubt.
Exactly.
I'm in full agreement with you that going to trial, airing it all out, guilty or not guilty, appealing the verdict from then is better than admitting guilt and then trying to appeal it.
To be honest, I was
I'll-
leaning more towards the charges being dropped than an appeal being taken, or than a plea being taken. It's just my opinion based on the evidence. I was just thinking, okay, the state might not want to take this to trial because they're going to have to admit all the backdoor shit they did to get to Brian, I'm assuming, and all the other stuff that we're seeing in the paperwork. That just imagine all this coming out at trial. Like you were saying, they go, you're looking at it from a defense standpoint. I'm looking at it from an all-around standpoint. How is this even going to get to trial and all this information be presented to the public where they're all like, holy shit, our rights are being violated. This, they can do this now. They can do that now. So maybe it wasn't even allowed to go to trial. You know what I mean?
I understand. I see it. No, I do. I question everything too, folks. I completely do. I'm trying to understand it from the defense side as to why, if I was the defendant, I would be questioning my attorney. What are we going to do? If you think that we don't have a chance here, I didn't do this. You need to get me off on this. What are we going to do? How can we do this?
Yeah.
And that's what I see. I'm hoping that I'm right. And if I'm not, then I'm not, folks. I'm not going to cry about it. I'll be okay with that. But I feel like she did everything. I at least I looked at it my way from my perspective. Everything was done the way it should have been in this case up until they moved over to Ada County, in my opinion, even a little bit after that. And then things started going crazy. Okay. So I don't know. I don't know. Now, one thing I do know, if he were to choose this post-conviction relief, that it gives you a year per se. And then it also is a way quicker appeal process than if he were to go full trial, blah, 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 everything, get convicted. And then he appeals it. It takes years to get that appeal process rolling. In this sense, from my understanding, what I read, that it's almost immediate, and it'll give you less time in jail too. Maybe that's another option. They looked at all of those points and said, I need to get out of here as soon as I can. What's my best option? How do I do this? What should I do? It could be, folks. And I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know the exact details, ins and outs. But what I read, that's what I understood. Go ahead, Kiki. I seen you pop on there. Go ahead and say whatever you wanted to say. If you were going to say something, of course, I could be wrong. You might have just want to turn it on.
I wanted you to know I was still here. No, I'm sorry. I had stepped away from my computer, so I don't know if it's off subject. But you had asked us if, from what we've seen so far, if BK had gone to trial, do we think they would have been a hung jury or reasonable doubt and whatnot?
Right.
So, I guess my answer to that question is, obviously, I don't know, and I'm not trying to be vague about it, but with the newly released information, I'll just go back to my initial question I had when I came on here today. What the hell is up with the partial fingerprint? We see the crime scene photos with these handprints on the window. We see the dusting of fingerprints on Bethany's window. We see in the kitchen when we saw that ghost, picture of allegedly Xana, that was another fingerprinting thing. So they have partial fingerprints, but yet we have no information about this. Just a crime photo.
Just like the blood, right?
What was that?
Just like the blood. We have no information on the blood.
Right. And it's there. The problem is, how do we get this information? Do we have to go interview the investigator, or do we have to FOIA request?
That's the issue. But I think that's the issue you're not getting. They didn't test this stuff, Swamp.
So, some of it they did, and we don't know any of these results. And
they tested it enough to know it was male, but the actual results themselves, they didn't dig deep enough. What I am looking at is this evidence is still sitting somewhere, right?
Right.
So why aren't they? Why did they? I'm not taking this as an answer that, oh, we got Brian Koberger's name. I don't give a shit if you got 10 people's name. You just all of a sudden stop investigating all your other leads. You have blood DNA, like you just said, supposedly there's fingerprint, and you just don't care. There's blood in Jack Showalter's apartment, and we don't care about the identities of this. That is mind-boggling to me. I've never seen a case like this, and I've watched hundreds of documentaries by now. So you're exactly correct.
What about the dog getting broke out of prison? What do you guys think about the dog getting broke out of prison?
That was dude. I did a whole thing on that, dude. That's wild to me. Stole the paperwork too.
Can I go back to what you're saying though, Willie, about this blood? Okay.
Absolutely.
So we have this issue. We're talking about Showalter's blood because this is the most, newest blood sample we're hearing about, but it's definitely not the only blood sample. And the reason why, and I agree with what you said, I'm just adding and building on it. We're talking about samples that were taken at another residence. There were blood samples taken at the crime scene. There were other blood samples, and they have been processed.
Where's that info at? Where's that info at, Kiki? Why did we hear nothing more about that?
And that's why I can't really answer the question, is because, I have Ann Taylor on the stand talking about this partial fingerprint. That's non-circumstantial evidence. I would really like to know more about that. But then I look at this evidence, and there's nothing. And so how do I get that info? Who do I ask that info to? Who's in possession of that info? Where do we?
That's the problem. If the investigators didn't look into this and you get the results, I don't think us pressuring them.
Don't forget, folks, all that stuff was ruined. Remember, somebody left the fridge door open and it ruined all the samples. How about that?
That's right. I forgot about that.
That's
but
gone
we know the unknown DNAs didn't get ruined because they were uploaded to CODIS. And Bicca Barlow was asking for them. We had Jay Loxton referencing them. These weren't things that were destroyed. These were actual admitted into evidence. And I have all the documentation.
Where are they now, though? That's the question I want to know, because I almost guarantee at this point, or at least I feel like it, I may not be right, that if we were to ask that, first off, a FOIA would probably be denied on something like that. But if we were to ask where that's at, I almost guarantee you it's going to be told to us we can't find it.
Exactly.
Because that's what's happened. Guys, we're the human species. We get used to things. When things are given to us the same way multiple times, eventually we expect it. Okay. And there it is. I'm telling you, because they've lost things, and fryers and things were ruined, and refrigerators. All these things just seem to happen. So I guarantee you, Kiki, if we go looking for that, they're going to say, I don't know where that is. I don't know what happened to it. It's gone.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what's going to happen. That blows my mind.
And I'm sorry, dude. I'm not buying that Jack Showalter had a freaking nosebleed, because if this is enough blood to alert a maintenance guy to dial, to let investigators know this information about blood in his apartment after it was called, they were called over for a clog. To me, if I've been to other calls and stuff for clogs, they're used to seeing, I guess, regular, if people are bleeding, I guess, from, shaving or this and that, they're used to seeing that, right? But if it's over the
first
top,
thing you got to understand about that, Willie, the first thing you got to understand is that was set up. That wasn't done like the way they put it out there. That was set up so that could happen that way, so they could get into his apartment. I promise you that Jack Showalter did not call from Boise and say, hey, can you go check the quality of my water, please? Give me a break.
So they lied again to us. That's nice.
The police are allowed to lie to get what they have to get.
And as to what Dago was saying about conditioning us, that they keep on, evidence goes missing, fire, fridges fail. We saw this same narrative in the Karen Reed case. And as I've pointed out, one of the most famous cases that most of these law enforcement experts have based their career on, the David Berkowitz case. You see the same, you watch a documentary and you watch the investigation of a case like that historically, and the same problems it's an indication that law enforcement is dirty, and they've always been dirty, and the superiors teach the inferiors, and it just is a repeating cycle. It keeps on going on. This is the way they're trained. They're trained to manipulate evidence and hide the facts and get a conviction.
Yeah, because especially when they're in there. It's in a report that they're comparing the blood that they found in Showalter's house to the pattern that they found on the stairwell railing, but then they don't go a step further into
They don't
figuring
follow it
out
up. That's
whose
right.
blood it is. That is sick.
There's no follow-ups with any of this stuff. That's what Kiki's asking. Like, where do we not get the? Why do we not get the answers? Why do we not get the answers to all these things?
And that's what I said. The only answer that we got was because we had Brian Koberger's name already. Bullshit. I'm not accepting that. I don't care. I'm not accepting that as an answer. Sorry. I don't care if you have, 5 names, and 5 people did this. Figure it the hell out. These victims and victims' parents deserve, or victims' families deserve justice, full justice, not just.
Keep going, guys. I'm stepping away for just like 3 seconds. Keep going.
I'm just saying, they don't deserve this half-ass, whatever the hell this is.
Willie, I totally agree with you. I also think that when we talk about the name of justice, it just kind of goes back to like that initial constitutional argument we were talking about when Sadra's here. You have the right to face your accuser. And yet, with the way that the paperwork's being presented to us, we still don't have the clear understanding of how exactly Brian Koberger came under the radar and then became a suspect. Went to just name to suspect.
They keep telling us December 19th. Bullshit.
Well, then December. There's so many other things, and I mean, I know we've gone over. I'm probably beating a dead horse and then kicking a little bit. Like we have the U-Haul on the 7th that says Pennsylvania across it with Chief Fry. We have Christy Gonsalves saying they were swirling his name around on the 13th, and then we have allegedly those 71 federal grand jury subpoenas that had Brian Koberger's name in it that were allegedly a week after the crime. So, I mean, I don't know. And then we have so many other, it's just, you're supposed to be able to efface your accuser. And that's another thing is when we talk about real justice, the system requires real justice for everybody involved, including the accused. I'll tap out now.
Oh, no, you're good. Listen, you don't have to tap out because you're right. The way they did this was backwards. And that's why, my question was this even able to go to trial? Because I just think the state would have looked so bad and they would have had nowhere to go. And that's why I was leaning more towards charges being dropped and Brian taking a fucking plea deal. I mean, to be honest, even if he did do it, right? I mean, even if I did do this shit and I'm seeing all this reasonable doubt that, my counsel should be able to use to get me off, I still wouldn't take a plea. So, I don't know. I'm not going to talk too much about Ann because it says people off, but that's why I say paid attorneys, paid attorneys, paid attorneys. Because like you said, Jesse, look at Massachusetts compared to Idaho or Brian Koberger compared to.
The other thing I was going to say about that is, I talked up Alan Jackson, but with him strutting into the courtroom with his big balls swinging from side to side, he barely got. I mean, he's considered to be the best attorney in the world.
Yeah, but at least there they manufactured some kind of evidence against Karen, right? At least they planted fucking, tail light shit.
Ended a hung jury, and to me, he dominated that trial. I mean, I seriously do have a man crush on Alan Jackson.
I've noticed. That way you keep talking about the size of his balls.
Yannetti wasn't no slouch, dude. I like Yannetti.
And but he dominated the first trial. They get a hung jury, and then he wins the second trial. But they barely. I mean, that's a high power. That's an all-star team. And
these were the cops you basically went against. All the cops in the town.
Is going to go down in history as one of the best legal teams ever. And they barely got her off. So what kind of chance does Brian have with Ann Taylor? I mean,
that's the point that I was trying to make is if you have the whole governmental union per se, the judicial part of it and law enforcement involved in keeping this, as Cy Wright put it, this larger issue quiet, covering up a much larger issue, then what chance as a defense attorney do you feel like you may have in a situation like this? That's the way I've looked at this. And I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt to wait and see if anything were to happen. If it doesn't, then yes, I can back up and say, well, I guess that was a weak defense. That's all I can say at that point. You know what I mean? But it does need to be said. It does need to be said, and it needs to be heard. A lot of people are on the same, and I don't down you guys for feeling the way you do. All I'm saying is I have to wait and see, okay? Because I feel like, and I felt like it's not over yet. I can't get that. I can't get that gut feeling out of my.
It shouldn't end like this. You're exactly correct, dude.
And that's why I don't believe it does. From looking back and knowing and seeing what Ann Taylor's done in the past, okay, and what she started doing here, which I feel like she has brought a lot of things to the surface in some aspect, okay. It's not done yet, guys. I'll be wrong, okay. I'll tell you right here and now, I'm okay. I'll be wrong. You can run me through the mud, step on me, stomp on me. You can take excuse my phrasing, Kiki. You can take a shit on my chest if you want to. It'll be what it is. I'm just telling you, I don't think we're done yet, and I'm gonna wait until it is. And then I'll make that decision. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
She better.
Hell yeah.
Because I definitely don't think Brian's guilty, folks. There's no way. We've been told without being told by this guy right here.
We just saw somebody do this in 3 minutes on camera.
Yeah, this guy right here has told us, the two lead investigators told us, and a few other people have told us, basically in a sense that they don't even have a clue who did this, okay? Which means they don't know that Brian did it. In that turn, I know, at least I was just making a statement.
But supposedly that's him doing a goddamn K-turn in the middle of everything, dude. Like, look at me.
They know who was driving the fucking car.
That is crazy, though. That they're circling it, saying this is Brian entering. You know, when they came out with the footage, and they was saying that was Brian entering the. So in 3 minutes, and the reason I'm saying 3 minutes because if Brian went to the third floor first, in my opinion, dude, if that's Murphy, that's when Murphy's going to start barking.
I don't think he did. I think that was last. I think he went for Ethan and Xana first. And then Kaylee may have come down because she heard the banging, slamming, yelling, screaming, possibly saw something and booked it upstairs and was chased back up there. Like Sarge said, that may be the 417 time, and that's when Murphy starts going nuts. And that is when everything commenced and got loud.
Still, he still has to stab. Okay, fine, you're right. Okay, I'll give you that. He still has to go upstairs, stab somebody 50 times. Then say Murph starts barking when he starts at the first stab wound, right? And he keeps stabbing at 50, and then I don't know how many times the other victim was stabbed, right?
Not very many.
Okay, then he has to go down the steps without getting any blood trail down the steps somehow. Clean up while he's doing it. Get out of the house with his murder kit. Put all the shit in his murder kit, and then get in his car without getting a drop in, and then boom, he's hitting the camera at 420.
Yeah, I gave
the person who did this at least 6 minutes. Now I got to give him like 3.5 to 4, maybe.
There's not you forgot to put one thing in there, Willie. You didn't add that 2 of the victims defended themselves and danced around with this person. These people, there's more than one.
I know. Okay? I'm just trying to, I'm being generous,
But they didn't. They didn't add that to the timeline. Go ahead, Kiki. I'm sorry.
No, I said and the cleanup, just to add to what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Right. He's Superman. That's the conclusion I've come to. If Brian
don't forget, you guys, that he killed 2 people at the same time with his ninja arms and multiple weapons.
What about the confrontation on the stairs?
And had a gun.
Then you have that beer pong table in the middle of a room where there's really no room. There's really no room to get through that area
perfectly
without knocking over that table.
See, that goes back, Jesse. That goes back to what went on in that 8-hour period of time. There's a grand possibility that table got completely flipped upside down. That those cops were everywhere.
If you're fleeing somebody, that table is just going to get flung to the side, right? Like,
exactly.
There's no way that there's going to be an altercation and that table.
And let me ask you a question. Do you guys believe that table was in that position the whole time, that it sat in that exact position? Or maybe because that living room was so big.
They probably moved it to clean the whole thing up. I don't know.
Or it was put there on purpose, possibly. Okay, maybe that table was shoved over in the middle of the living room because that living room area was a lot larger.
But say you and Jesse are cops and you come there, right? And you just see me at the scene. You don't know who I am yet, right? You walk up on the scene, or I'm outside because you tell me to wait.
You're going down hard, Willie. You're going down hard. Face to the pavement. Hand behind your back.
I'm saying, but not as Dylan or Bethany. I'm talking about, you don't know who I am yet, and I tell you, or you see me with a kitchen knife, or I tell you that's my kitchen knife that I place. Are you not going to put me in cuffs and at least detain me, dude?
That's why he
Face
left
to
it on the
pavement.
table. Just see, you didn't see it on the table, Willie.
Yeah.
It was laying-
Oh
it was
yeah.
laying on
I
the
had it,
table.
yeah. I had it in one of my
I thought they had to
thumbnails
tell him to
circled.
put it down. Didn't they have to tell him to put it down?
I don't know. I didn't read. I don't remember reading the report on that part, but yeah, it was on the
But it's
table.
just
But
weird. It's just weird that at that point, you know, they're taking everybody's word for it. That like, you know, the guy with the knife, the two women that were there with them, you know, none of these people are involved, and we're not even going to treat them as suspects. It's just
there were multiple people there that they let go stay the night in a hotel together and didn't
make
take anybody into anything. Right.
yeah. So imagine they all met up in the same room, and we're like, all right, so we're all going to say this and this and this and this. It's like,
Sorry,
oh,
typically.
when does that happen?
It doesn't. And that's, I apologize that I'm, when I get worked up, I have a tendency to fling words that I usually don't. But I'm just so irritated with this case that these things they're so ridiculously like evident to the world.
I know.
And we're just supposed the point with this whole thing is we were supposed to just sit back and go, oh, okay.
Yeah, we still are.
That's who committed this. Okay, then I understand.
Well,
Thank you for doing your job.
How about this? How about you have people on Twitter and mainstream media rejoicing at the idea of, oh, Brian Koberger is being tortured in prison. He's being, you know, he's going to get
these people are
raped in the shower. I mean,
yeah, that's jumpsuit. That's jumpsuit jerk off because you know
Yeah.
he's trying to make so much money off Brian, dude. It's disgusting because he and he got famous by just playing back all the Wade Wilson phone calls from jail. It's wild, dude. Like
Yeah,
the
it
shit
is
that he
crazy.
said, just like Brian was worshiping Lucifer because he had an L on his jumper, when in reality, all it meant was a large, and like 100 and some thousand people watched that and got that in their head. Dude, these people don't care.
That shows the mentality of a lot of the people, and that's why you got to kind of put it to
I
the
mean,
side when you're.
that's just so sick of all.
It is.
You know,
It is.
when the Nancy Graces and the Brian Benton start cheering that stuff on.
But here's what gives me the faith, right, in the background. This is what gives me the faith. And I wanted, and I might cover this, I might not, I don't know. But the simple fact that MSM is covering this almost every single day still, and Brian has already pled and is locked away, tells me that something might be going on. Because why haven't they shut up about this case and moved on like they do in every other one? They will not leave this alone.
They can't. They have to keep. That's what I was saying earlier. If you didn't hear me, Kiki, are you trying to say something? I don't want to keep talking. If you're trying to say something,
I'll wait till after you.
I was just going to say that they're still pushing the same propaganda they've been pushing for 2.5 years. Why is that?
Why? Yeah, he's pled in jail.
That's because that's why I'm confident in what I feel, Willie.
I don't blame
they
you.
got to keep everybody on the same narrative. They can't have people falling back on this. Okay, think about that. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, Kiki.
All right. So when you guys were just talking a moment ago regarding the is that me who has feedback? Oh, regarding they didn't like how they didn't seem that they were taking these interviews seriously. Like you see someone with a knife, you should have put them in cuffs, put them in custody until you figured out what is going on.
Right.
Well, let me add to that because I have footage that I don't see played often enough, and I feel like it's a kind of an important part of this case, especially when we don't have the murder weapon, is that all of the people that were in that home, and we actually corroborated this with a TikTok that came out maybe like 6 to 8 months ago that was released. All of those kids, and we've identified all of them via their silhouette, including, you know, the victim's siblings, were sitting in front of a dumpster along with Murphy. Like, and again, that plays into the timeline of you guys talking about the pound and the 911 call, but they were all in front of this dumpster when LE first arrived. Now, they collected those children and the dog and did their thing with them. But the dumpster they were sitting in front of got emptied. And I have footage of it going all the way to the transfer station. And then they intervened the truck, dumped the trash and started sorting through it at the transfer station.
Yep.
My point is this. Well, I mean, obvious points that all of us can survive from hearing something like that. But here's another point. If you were an unaliver, wouldn't like you now know, put the murder weapon in the dumpster because they don't check those. They put all the people who they didn't know what was going on. I mean, one of them possibly could have been a suspect. They hadn't cleared anyone at that point. Put them in front of the dumpster, took them away, and then dumped the dumpster. I don't know if I'm like articulating this well, but I have the news footage. Thank you to Mikey S for.
No, yeah, you're right, and I've seen that too, and it's a good point. I mean, also not to mention we see people. in videos beforehand. Some of them were hidden for a while, some of them weren't. But there's a guy at one point that in the middle, like I think it was 334 maybe, that walks right up to that dumpster at some point, and he's either putting something in or taking something out and looking into it. All of those little things like that, dumping the dumpster, all that kind of shit should be taken into account.
And dude, listen to this, because I want to add to that. I saw somebody that we know like really well on here. They did a live, and there's some messages that are from or to one of the roommates, or one of the surviving roommates, that something about dumpster and something about cocaine. So it seems like that spot was used very often.
Well, that one and the one over at Linda Lane, they were both approached that night, and either something was dropped off or picked up or both.
I'm gonna have to find the video and send it to you, because
yeah, truly, I get it. And she's right though. They dumped the dumpster. Like, there were so many things that you would not do in a murder investigation that were done, and they were done without even thought. Okay. That scene was never secured. I don't care what they say. They never secured it. They never secured it the right way.
Yeah, and I don't know if you saw. I don't know if you were at the little segment I did about the guy that was dressed up, that was caught in the mirror, right, when the picture was taken, how he didn't have booties on and shit. They're just walking through that crime scene, dude.
None of them did. That was a completely
taking pictures with their phone.
There was so much cross-contamination within that scene. There was the whole thing. It was a joke. It was something that you would see on a cartoon.
Yeah, and this guy's taking pictures with his phone. Who's he sending these pictures to? You know, why don't you have a camera?
Whoever paid for the highest amount, I guess.
That's just weird to me that he's taking pictures with his damn phone, and he's dressed up like he's going paintballing.
It is a small town. Maybe they don't have the right.
I don't know. To me, it's just weird that a first response officer, because at that time, remember, the investigators weren't there and shit, would show up in full tactical gear for somebody that's unconscious. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. I don't know. Kiki fell out the window again. Very good point, sir. I don't know, but all of those things are very important. There she is. Okay. But yeah, that's a big deal, what she just said too. You know, you got all these people sitting here, and then they move, they take them to go swab or whatever they're going to do, and then they dump the damn dumpster.
Yep.
That's the first thing that should have been checked, in my opinion, because who knows what the hell was in there, and could have been transferred off. I mean, once again, cross-contamination. There's so much of it in this case, it's not even funny. It's ridiculous. So,
well, if that picture of the trash can in what's her name's room is real, that's full. They didn't even look in the goddamn trash can.
Right. Yeah, well, yeah.
You know, like, what are they connected about them?
There's garbage cans out back that are full and overflowing.
Yeah, dude, they know it's. Yeah, man, they know what's going on, bro.
They didn't follow up in any of the reports we read. I read to you guys 314 reports, and a whole bunch of those were Brett Payne's reports. Okay, he did not record any of his interviews. Well, maybe 2 because he had to. He didn't record any of those, and like what was spoken on, he didn't feel these reports weren't even filled out some ways till 6 months later instead of right at that point. So you're not going to remember word for word what was stated. That's not professional at all. Hey, Brian, good to see you, buddy. All of that stuff is bullshit and wrong the way it was done. You also have the fact that like she's asking, if we were to ask what happened to this, what about that? Because they never followed up with anything either. What is the answer we're going to get? How do we get that kind of stuff? Or do we get that stuff? Are they going to say, no, that's not for you? You can't FOIA this, you can't FOIA that. We just heard Bill say earlier on in this, which I'm going to finish here in a minute, guys. We heard him say that Hitler gave them each 40 documents to go through per a piece, and gave them 14 days per set of documents to go through. That way they can find out what needs to be redacted and what doesn't. Why did they get to choose? I think everything at this point should be, other than like personal information, should be public knowledge. Everything else is. So why shouldn't everything else? And I don't trust that. Yeah. I'm just saying. Jen says, do you know anyone who worked crime scenes with? Yeah, I do, actually. 2 of my friends that are police officers.
So nobody has asked this guy saying it straight up yet. Like, you know, what the hell did you guys have on him?
Wait, say that again.
Like, nobody's asked Bill straight up, like, what's the smoking gun you guys had on him?
No, because what is he going to tell you? What is he going to tell you?
I don't know. I mean, I just want to see him on film admitting
I've
Yeah.
already asked Jen, by the way, if they would speak on it. They won't because of their jobs, because they can get, people can file lawsuits and this and that because of an opinion they have,
Yeah.
and they're still working. So, but I do know, I've spoke to them. Okay. I spoke to them, and both of
Mhm.
them have said that this is bullshit, that this is not the way a crime scene has worked, that none of this shit is right, that they both believe that he's innocent. And no, it doesn't work that way. All the way back to, I've had them both like, go check this out, go check that out, go look at this, go watch that, go listen to this, and they're like, dude, this is insane.
Dumpster diving.
It's crazy. It's a crazy
Wow.
case. Absolutely. And then one thing I'm gonna tell you, Bill lied about facts. He already stated before, and I caught him in here, that he says he's never bothered to watch social media. You're a liar. You're a full-blown liar. I know he has, because of statements he's made that I've only heard made on social media that he's repeated himself. So he's a liar. 100% a liar.
Yeah, I don't trust him.
No, God, no. He should be, in my opinion, if anybody.
And he sings like shit. Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
He should be in jail, if anybody should, in my opinion, because of what he's done.
Yeah.
I can't click you, Hemisphere. It won't allow me to click on you. It says you're not connected. I'm gonna go ahead and hit play on this, and let's get through the rest of this interview real quick.
I guess I'd have to say, in the end, it's the loss of those 4 lives for no reason and in such a brutal fashion. I mean, at the beginning and at the end, that's what this is about, is Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, and Santa, and certainly also Dylan and Bethany, who fortunately were not killed. Like I said in court, I mean, they had angels watching over them that early morning. That's the only explanation I have for why we didn't have even more tragedy in the form of more murders.
Do you believe confidently 100% that Koberger acted alone?
We don't have any evidence to indicate that there was another person involved.
Yes, we did. That's a lie.
He just completely contradicted himself. Okay. But
Wow.
okay, I'll let him finish.
And the investigators looked. That said, I guess there's always a possibility that there's something out there that is unknown to the investigators and to us, but there has been nothing that the investigators found to suggest that was actually the case, that he.
So multiple weapons would not even give you a little bit of an inkling to look into the possibility of another
or multiple blood DNA samples left at the goddamn crime scene. Dude, I want to smack this guy.
They weren't tested. That's bingo. Thank you. That's a big one right there. But okay,
dude. In my opinion, in this case, that's the biggest.
It is. It's a big one. That
and
a secondary weapon.
They honed in on invisible touch DNA that they supposedly didn't even get a fucking hit for the first time, instead of going with the physical shit they could see, dude, and building a tree off that. What happened to that?
They had their case, or they had their guy, and they built a case around him. Go ahead,
Keith. Had their guy. There's multiple fucking different stab wounds. There's multiple weapons. Dylan seeing a goddamn gun. I mean, I don't know.
Well, and it's the actual context of the other unknown DNAs, because one of them was blood DNA on the knife sheath, on the holder of the murder weapon.
Yeah,
that's visible DNA. And then another one, which, there were all sorts of samples, but another one was definitely from a handprint on the railing, a bloody handprint.
Right.
So,
I think it's droplet.
They were both droplets. So they were both uploaded to CODIS, not as potential, something that maybe, for instance, the survivor said, oh, that's from last week, or that was from a fight on Tuesday or something. They were uploaded to CODIS as something that could be involved in this crime. So it just takes it like another level. And because they were actually in the crime scene, even though the whole house is a crime scene, they were in the scene of the actual violence.
And there's also cigarette butts too, Kiki, that were not. Where'd those go? What happened with the DNA?
Yeah.
That belonged to? Who
they had it in the glove. Oh, they had the glove too.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, there's a lot of extra DNA at this scene, and that we don't need that. We got our guy.
Yeah.
We're good.
We have, and they literally asked, "What's his name?" And he said, "Well, we already had Brian Koberger's name." Piss poor answer.
Right. You know what? 42. Other people have said that, and I'm gonna say it this way. People may not like how I say it. They can laugh at me, whatever you want. But you're saying, what does the FBI have on Brian? You know what I'm going to say? What does Brian have on the FBI? I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to go any further with that statement.
Because it seems like here the only thing the FBI gave was a tip.
Right. And that's something that Hitler didn't even want to work with. He wanted them to create a story to tell the jury about the tip. That, once again, I don't understand any of this shit, and it blows my damn mind. Blows my mind. On we go.
Neither, dude. And like I said, this is my introduction to, like, you know, true crime and justice and shit like that. And I've lost faith in all of it. All of it.
Agreed.
You know, because of this case, Delphi and Karen Reed, dude, I'm shocked.
I was just getting ready to say, you've got a hell of a start. Karen Reed, Delphi, and this one. If you're getting into it, you might as well get back out of it because it's horrible.
Unreal. It's just, yeah, but like, I at least it's good to see, because now I'm very careful about, like, you know, leaving, touching stuff and shit, you know.
These are our rights, folks, not just Brian's. They're our rights, period. All right. Hey, Pumpkin, good to see you. On we go.
That somebody, in addition to Mr. Koberger, was involved. The recreations that the investigators did, using the amount of time that we know he was in the house, based on the audio from the next door neighbor's surveillance camera, and our consultation with our crime scene experts.
See, he shouldn't be able to make that statement right there. Hold on. This statement he makes right here, he shouldn't be able to say this because he doesn't know this. Okay. And nobody else does either. So for him to make this statement, in my opinion, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. It's not true. A fallacy. Jesus, that was cute. Hold on.
That was pretty cute. Found to suggest that was actually the case, that somebody, in addition to Mr. Koberger, was involved. The recreations that the investigators did, using the amount of time that we know he was in the house, based on the audio from the next door neighbor's surveillance camera, and our consultation with our crime scene experts, is there was more than enough time for him to do what he did by himself. Dylan didn't indicate that there was any more than one person there. There's just nothing to suggest that there was truly anybody other than the defendant.
And that statement, it's pathetic. Sorry.
Do you believe that it was just the one knife?
I believe that the K-bar knife was the weapon used to kill. I also think it is possible that he had another weapon of some type. I don't know if it was a blunt force weapon or something. I think that it is likely that he had more than one weapon with him.
Oh my God, Brian!
Go ahead, Kiki. He was two-fisting it, folks. Go ahead, Kiki.
I went to school with a hitman.
Yeah.
I have to stop right there, because if we're just going to go with the context that Bill Taylor is talking. He's talking about DM's testimony. Well, both BF, DM, and the neighbor testified to one other item, which was that flashbang that was seen. There was some sort of loud noise plus a flash plus, you know, I don't know if this is connected, but you hear Olivia Gonzalez, who's, you know, has seen the autopsy reports, allegedly saying there was a second weapon involved. So just what I'm getting at is I'm just saying, you're talking about contradictions in what he's saying. Well, to say there wasn't another weapon involved, it was accounted by both BF. I think I added DM in there and she wasn't, but BF and the neighbor, there was a flashbang. It was visible and audible at right around 4:17. So that's a second. I mean, what do you categorize that at? If it's not a weapon, what is it? You know, or maybe they meant the weapon to do the unaliving, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm just pointing out that there seems to be another contraption involved, if not weapon.
If not more than that. Agreed.
Well, that's why I try to put two and two together. Is I have one witness that's hearing and seeing a flash, and I have another one that's seeing a suspect leaving with a gun. So when I put two and two together and get four, you know what my conclusion is? Somebody fired something, and maybe that's why they were tearing out pieces of the damn wall and why that video sped up, because we don't really hear a gunshot. We hear more of a thud. But I think if we heard the whole uninterrupted footage of that, who knows, during that part of them speeding up, which kills my motherfucking ears, that we would maybe hear a gunshot or a loud bang during that. But hey, that's just my speculation because I'm trying to put the 2 and 2 together.
Good point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Him, but we don't know what that actually would have been.
And do you believe that had he not left the sheath behind, would you have been able to capture him?
Go ahead, Kiki. I seen you pop yourself back on there. If you want to say something, I'm sorry, I was a little too quick with that.
Okay. No, you're it's me, not you. I'm delayed. What I was gonna say though is, okay, well, just to like summarize everything we just said about that secondary weapon, the flashbang. Okay, so let's just say that wasn't part of the unaliving, and we're trying to figure out what that was, whether it was a burner or whatever it was. You would think that whatever it is, it has some sort of residue. The only thing I can think of is like what AR was describing happens in the prisons with like these shock flashbangs they use to stop a ride or stop a fight or something like that. But what could you use that wouldn't leave residue? If it was a taser, for instance, we'd know about it in the autopsy reports. If it was, if it was a burner, we'd have the gunshot residue. We'd have the indications of it. We'd know about it in the autopsy reports. If it was a flashbang, what would that be?
Reports, yeah.
I don't know. Like, how do you like, what have they eliminated? And again, when we talk about something like that, we don't have the follow-up investigations. Just like we all know there's a partial fingerprint. We had Ann Taylor asking for information on the partial fingerprint in open court, but now we see there's no like report or talking about it. There's just a crime scene photo.
Well, that's the thing. There are reports. It's just a matter of them releasing them, because in the autopsy is going to show everything. It's going to show if they were, what they had in their system, I'm assuming. It's going to show what kind of wounds, if there was different wounds, how many different knife wounds, or if it was a gunshot wound. All that's is going to be in there. And, like you said, are they going to gatekeep that, or are they going to let that out? I mean, they should have to let that out.
I agree, but the odds that it's going to happen are very small and slim, sir.
Yeah.
No, I don't know if this is, I don't know anything about this, but I see the chat. Tonka brought this up, that there was something that blew up that night somewhere in Idaho, and there's a huge flash in the horizon behind the house. Has anyone else heard that?
I don't know. I heard somebody turn on a light bulb, and the light bulb blew, and that's what she saw, was a flash and a bang. And I'm like, I give up. I give up.
Yeah, Jesse said they destroyed the house for a reason, and that could be a good point. They also came in and took panels of the wall out. They could have taken floor panels out. Who knows?
Yeah. But why are you doing that but why are you doing that if it's contained in 2 rooms?
Well, good point. Good point.
I
can agree.
So if a bullet went through somebody, it went through another wall and another wall. I mean, that's just backer board, dude. Backer board, it's like paper, basically. So, it's going to go right through everything.
Right.
My only conclusion about the flashbang is that this is just a guess, just theorizing and speculating. I believe it was either on the second floor hallway or on the first floor, for only 2 reasons. The first one, I say second floor hallway, is because if Xana was running away, and like you said, I mean, using a device like that, when you have 2 different unaliving scenes inside the crime scene, like that doesn't take care of all the people you're going after. It wouldn't, so it was likely hurt him. I'm thinking or whoever it was, if they're trying to stop someone in the hallway, they probably threw it. That's the only way Bethany could have seen it, unless something else was going on the first floor. And
you're not going to see a flash from the second or the third floor. That's correct. Right.
It was she said she saw it from underneath her door. So
and it was a flash bang itself, like a flashbang grenade. It leaves a lasting flash. It lasts for a few minutes and then it fades off. A gunshot.
It's more like a concuss, dude. It's not really a. I mean, I think because it's called a flashbang, people think there's like a huge flash, but it's more like
it's a pressurized bang to concuss. Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, so, that needs to be explained so people do understand. I agree, but a flash under your door, it could be a light bulb.
Because they also call them hell no. But I just remember they also call them stun grenades.
Yes, that's the other name I pulled. I showed up there. And first off, and just to clarify something, a stun gun is not going to do that. They're not going to make a loud bang, and you're not going to see. You might see a flash if it's dark, but you're not going to hear a bang or a firecracker sound from that. It makes like a clicking noise. That's all they do.
Yeah, that's more like a buzz zapper.
Right. Period. So, just saying. Good saying. But okay. There was, yeah, I don't know that had anything to do with it, Jesse, but that was being speculated. That's a good point. And Brian, I got that, but I saw that, and Core sent me an email too that's very interesting that I'll share with you once we get through this. We're about done with this now, so let's finish this up. Sorry that we keep stopping, but every point that he brings up, guys, that's what we're doing this for, is to talk about it. So on we go.
We don't have any evidence to indicate that there was another person involved, and the investigators looked. That said, I guess there's always a possibility that there's something out there that is unknown to the investigators and to us, but there has been nothing that the investigators found to suggest that was actually the case, that somebody in addition to Mr. Koberger was involved. The recreations that the investigators did using the amount of time that we know he was in the house based on the audio from the next door neighbor's surveillance camera, and our consultation with our crime scene experts is there was more than enough time for him to do what he did by himself. Dylan didn't indicate that there was any more than one person there. There's just nothing to suggest that there was truly anybody other than the defendant.
And do you believe that it was just the one knife?
I believe that the K-bar knife was the weapon used to kill. I also...
Sorry, I got to stop again because I had a thought. I do have to say, I love how they only use Dylan's testimony, that they don't even mention Bethany. They do that repeatedly too. Like, they base this whole thing off of Dylan.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, she's a fucking investigator. Did you hear that?
Yeah, that's exactly how they've done this entire thing. It's based off of everything that Dylan has said. It's nuts.
Dylan only saw one person, but there could have been 6 others, and it's like, dude, what got me is when he said, well, there could be others involved, and that could be information to investigators that's unknown. So you're saying there's a chance?
Well, yes. And what if if they base this off of the fact that Dylan opened her door, saw the perpetrator walking out the back slider door, and then shut her door again, how do we know who or if anybody else walked out before him or after him when you had your door shut? We don't.
Or the front fucking door where somebody saw
another door. Thank you. Because there are footprints. I don't know if they had anything to do with that night, but they go 2 different directions. They could have been at 2 different times. I'm just saying, like, the way that you base your answers, Bill, are stupidly ridiculous. I'm sorry.
It's piss poor, dude.
Welcome, Trey. Good to see you, bud. And welcome to the sauce. Somebody did, I think it was me, gifted you a membership, my friend, and congratulations. Welcome to the family. Go ahead, Kiki.
I was just thinking, so you said the footprints. So that got me thinking of 2 other pieces of evidence. Number 1, the boot print on the high side of the house. Totally could have been unrelated, but it was significant enough that they labeled it evidence marker number 3 and collected for evidence. So I'd really like to know the analysis on the boot print, number 1, because that would be what you'd assume someone would wear for footwear for something like this.
Yeah, right. Second, and once again, something else. No. I was just going to agree with you. Something else that was never followed through with. Agreed.
And perplexing to me, something that we've discussed so many times in depth is evidence marker number 4, which was that note that appeared to have initials and a diagram on it. Okay, so now that the case is over, can you please show us what you collected for evidence on the high side of the house, which allegedly had blood on the high side of the house, which we keep going back to Papa Rogers and everything. And I'm not suggesting it's BK. I'm definitely not suggesting that. But Papa Rogers knew about the blood on the high side of the house. That was.
And I agree with you. I think that's because Papa Rogers was a law enforcement officer that was definitely trying to get answers. That's what I'm just gonna leave it at that. That's who I truly believe Papa Rogers was a law enforcement officer. They themselves have claimed that it wasn't Brian. So it's either that or it's the other person or other people involved in this, in my opinion. But go ahead. Sorry.
It just amazes me that he just admitted that there could possibly be other suspects. Basically, dude. I mean, that's how I took it. I thought you were gonna pause it, but you kept going. I was like, "What the hell did he just say?"
No, well, I knew that you heard it, but yeah, it's all good.
That's wild.
Were you going to add to that, Kiki? I don't want to play it over top of you again.
No, I'm sorry. I just wanted to interject those things. Well,
no, good points. Very good points. I appreciate it. Absolute great points.
I think it is possible that he had another weapon of some type. I don't know if it was a blunt force weapon or something. I think that it is likely that he had more than one weapon with him, but we don't know what that actually would have been.
And do you believe that had he not left the sheath behind, would you have been able to capture him?
You know, we've had this conversation with the investigators on more than a handful of occasions. You know, the question of whether this case could have been solved without the sheath. And I'm relying on the investigators when they say, yes, we think eventually we would have found him, but it may have taken a very long time. Certainly from a prosecutor's point of view, the DNA on the sheath was compelling evidence to support this case. In fact, we did not file charges until we had the preliminary parental DNA match. If you'll remember, before he was arrested, before he was charged, the FBI did what's called a trash pull at his parents' residence in Pennsylvania, where they seized the garbage that had been set out from the house for collection and shipped the bags of garbage to the Idaho State Forensic Lab. And the forensic people found a cotton swab that looked like somebody had used to clean their ears, and they recovered DNA from that swab that came back conclusive as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was on the sheath. And at that point, we knew we had the right person. And then after he was arrested, we obtained a DNA sample directly from him after he was transported back here to Moscow. And then the lab conclusively matched that to the DNA on the sheath. Powerful evidence. Hard to explain that one away.
Right. And really, yeah, I mean, that's like a movie script in a way. I don't want to make light of it, but connecting all those dots and finding him there. And there are people who are concerned that Brian Kohberger might do some exclusive interview and make $1 million or write a book or produce a movie. What can you say about that? Are inmates allowed here in Idaho to do that?
I don't know that there's a prohibition on an inmate talking to an author or the media or whatever the case may be, but Idaho does have a specific statute.
Once again, like Tomboy just said, I was just thinking that too. It's very convenient that he is claiming that all happened when he went back to Idaho, when they did a swab of him while he was in Pennsylvania as well. So whatever happened to that one? Why didn't that get brought in? But good point, Tomboy. Thanks for calling it out.
That says if a murderer receives any remuneration, anything of value for talking or for giving their story or sharing their story, that's impounded by the state treasurer and held to be available to the families of the victims for their losses. So there's a specific statute in Idaho that would intercept anything like that and save it for the victims' families.
Could his family, though? I mean, like, could someone make an agreement maybe with his parents where Kohberger then speaks, but the money's funneled another way?
I suppose that's possible, and I don't know what the best way to deal with that would be. The criminal system doesn't have direct means of addressing that. I think certainly if any of the families want to pursue him civilly, there's much more authority for a civil court to locate assets that might be hidden in the hands of third parties and that sort of thing. So that's an option that the law makes available to any of the families who are interested, but it's beyond the scope of what we can do with a criminal case.
Right. Have you spoken with Kohberger's family?
I have met his mother and father briefly, but no substantive conversation with them.
And would you want to speak to Brian Koberger himself?
I don't think so. If he wants to talk to somebody, we have some good investigators that he's welcome to talk to. I don't feel like I have any desire to interact with the defendant at all.
Yeah. Mr. Thompson, thank you very much. Is there anything you want to add?
Let's see.
Well, I appreciate you taking the time and waiting for me while I tried to figure out copy and paste the link for the Zoom meeting. That's not my strong suit, but I do appreciate your time, and I appreciate the opportunity for you to be able to tell people, hey, this is the real scoop. This is what's really going on here, and maybe debunk some of the rumors and gossip and stuff that distract folks. So thank you for your help.
Well, keep talking, Bill. Keep talking, baby. I love it.
Yeah, thanks for giving us more bullshit, Bill. Appreciate that so very much.
Thanks for admitting that, there could possibly be other people involved. Jackass.
It blows my mind how they allowed for this to keep going and going and going, knowing that there were things proven. One of the biggest deals for me, are that Brett Payne himself went and reenacted the unmarked car driving around patrolling the area, and realized that was the car that was driving around that area that night at that point in time, and still allowed for them to claim that it was Brian's. It was his. He's a man of all. He's a man of all trades, dude. Don't you know? He does it all. It blows my mind. It blows my mind.
I was listening to Attorney. We were talking about Popcorn Planet like a little while ago on the stream, and I was telling you about another defendant in a criminal case who has decided to put cease and desist on like 16 different YouTubers. But he had his attorney come on, and he said something that was really insightful that I actually have never repeated on, just because I haven't done my podcast anymore. But he goes, when it comes to a trial, when it comes to the actual trial, it's not what the truth is, it's what the proof is. And when you hear a prosecutor saying, I don't think there's anything I could gain by speaking with the defendant, it's because nothing official would have come out of anything. It would have been only for his ability to get an indication of what he thinks is the truth, but it's just the prosecutor mentality is what I'm getting at. It's not what the truth is, it's what the proof is. And then sadly, we want it to be that way. We want qualified evidence to be the evidence that's put against us. We don't want crap, being our evidence, but it's kind of sad, especially in the case when you look at the different items that Ann Taylor wanted to use for defense that were rejected. And we even had Kathy's Indie Zone in AR's chat the other day saying she even thought the alternative perp theory should just been presented to the jury. Let them decide if it's reasonable or good enough.
Yeah, I agree fully with that. But he wasn't even, I don't think he was ever going to allow for that, no matter what the foundation they brought was, Kiki. I think he was just saying okay to appease. Okay. And I think he had his mind made up at that point that he wasn't going to allow anything or any of that, and because of the way he denied it, and because also the way he brought up, well, this has nothing to do with this white Elantra. That was one of the dumbest things I've ever seen a judge do in my life. But I agree. They should have allowed the jury to see and hear that and let them make that decision. I truly agree with you.
Or not have called one of the lead expert witnesses a conspiracy theorist, because to me, in that moment when I heard that, and I know I have bias towards in favor of Cy Ray and Carrie Ray, but to me that it's kind of, we talk about tainting the jury pool. What about preconceived notions being
so right there? There should have been a file to ask him to recuse himself right there. Right after he made that comment, they should have asked him to recuse himself. And even if he didn't, at least have it on record, because he made that comment specifically, and that's why you're asking him, and that didn't happen. So that's all. Right.
Very good point. I do have something else that was thrown at me. Thank you, Corey. Or Core. Yeah. Sorry, bud.
I just got the warning about the overheating, so I'm gonna have to drop down.
Okay, bud. Go 7 to 3.
I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, every time, anytime, bud. Appreciate you.
All right, guys. Have a good day.
All right, bye. I'll talk to you soon, Willie.
I'll pop back in chat once I cool this shit down.
Okay. So the email that I got, this other email, I got a couple of them. Thank you, Dean. I got yours as well. But Core sent me one. It says, I haven't heard anyone mention this yet, and I would love for you to dig into it, piece it together. Jules, a True Crime, aired a video last night where she slowed the entire Idaho Statesman footage so that it's all at regular speed, which we did that too. There were a couple of parts that really caught my attention, and I will list the timestamps below. And in that video, it states that at 4:06:47, it sounds like there's a gun that's being cocked. 4:06:53 a.m., the house door opens. 4:06:57, the house door closes. At 4:07:13, that is where you hear the female scream, and at 4:07:21, a female screams. Here's the reason those timestamps are important. You can hear the house door open and close. That is reported to be what is reported to be the white Elantra is literally in the middle of the street doing a 3-point turn. So whoever is driving can't be the one going into the house. Good point. At the 4:07 mark, as the car is driving to go around the back of the house, law enforcement conveniently sped up the vehicle. Actually, Dateline did that so that you can hear or see anything happening in the house. At those timestamps, I believe we are hearing a female scream, and I know it initially just sounds like an alien filter. It's because it's slowed down, right? But if you have headphones on, especially on the second screen, hold on a minute, guys. Give me one quick second. I'll finish. This is my son calling. I'm sorry.
I mean, now that Dago's saying that, if there's an issue with tone, I have this editor on my iPhone that when you slow it down, it doesn't change the tone. I never even thought of doing that, but wow, that's a brilliant idea that Jules had. And you know what, with the Statesman footage slowed down and having these timestamps, I mean, I wasn't able to absorb everything Dago was just laying out. It takes me a minute, but I would love to match those up with the initial PCA because they were obviously using this footage. And I go back to also when it comes to audio, there were so many verified audios in the, what was it called? I can't remember the name of it now, but when they were giving the timeline that was based on cameras and audio that had been verified, there was a balcony cam. And we noticed that the tracking of Brian switched from using pings to using cameras at the 7 minutes that became in question between Nick Balance and Cy Ray. I've always had curiosity about that. But back to the audio. If there is question about this, about the Statesman's footage, what about some of the other audio that has been verified but isn't going to be used as the evidence? For instance, the balcony cam. A balcony cam that by nature means these people were outdoors. So the noise that was outdoors is accounted on a camera solely, not muffled, not behind closed doors. Well, I guess the ring cam would be outdoors too, but this is really close to the house. I'm curious now that the gag order is lifted, can we now FOIA the balcony cam? Can we now FOIA some of these other audios that aren't being used for evidence? Because why were they eliminated in the first place? Maybe because they're the redundancy. But if we're picking up little things in this one audio that we have, I mean, I know. And then back to the a burner or a gun, the noise of a gun going off. I mean, I don't know how that would play into the crime scene, because you would assume, I mean, first off, we know the bodies didn't have, we don't know, but we assume the bodies didn't have any indication of that. They didn't mention it, but also gunshot residue would have been present in the crime scene. So
yes,
could that have been used outdoors? Could that have been used to see somebody was out walking the dog, for instance, or going to get their door dashed? Could a burner have been used to get into the house in the first place if a door was open and shut? And then back to the multiple perpetrator, when we say the car is circling or doing a 3-point turn and you hear that, it kind of goes back to, that statement from Bill Taylor. You want to interview these people and ask them questions. Like, I wish that reporter had asked, okay, when you initially were asking for the suspects, plural, that could have been in a white Elantra, were you just being general, or was there a reason why you mentioned multiple suspects? Do you have footage where it looks like there's more than one person in that car? Or were there other cars?
I think they did. That was a good point too. it is weird to me that if there is per se a gun involved, okay, why wasn't that used for the murders? Why did they use a knife instead? Because it would have been quicker, less messy, and in and out you go. You don't have to deal with, that's what says that there's a personal aspect to this, which, and again, is another reason to eliminate Brian, because he had no connection to any of them. There's something personal about this. And I've always thought that, because way in the beginning, Christy Gonsalves herself said that she believes that whoever did this to Kaylee was somebody she knew, or somebody she was somewhat close to, possibly. And that's always stuck to me. I don't care what the other people say at this point. I've always thought that. So I'm just saying. Very, very good point with what you stated as well. Let me finish reading this too, because I'll lose my track of mine, you know what I mean? My thought process again. Where we at? Gotta find it again. Especially on the second screen, you can hear it pierced through the filter. Also, when the footage is sped up at other times, you don't hear that piercing scream noise. It is a human noise. If you read the official first interview with Dylan, she told law enforcement that she was woken at 4 a.m. from hearing Kaylee scream. Points, I don't know if that door opening and closing is a slider door or the front door. If the front door of the house, or doesn't definitely a door. See, I would imagine it would be the front door, because the slider would make a different noise than an open and close sound from a door. The timing is too convenient for it to not be related. I believe the DoorDash driver stated that she was parked around the back of the house, didn't want to walk to the sliding door because she didn't see a path. And if you watch the video when the DoorDash driver pulls in, her taillights never hit the third story on the house across the street, which means she did not go around to the back of the house to park. Why did she lie? And I've struggled believing anything that Molly McMichaels has stated, folks. I just don't believe anything she says. If BK did drop somebody off, did a 3-point turnaround, and then came around to the back of the house before going into the back sliding door, that could certainly make sense as to why Dylan heard someone say, "Don't worry, I'm here to help you," of course. And that could have been BK or whoever was driving the car coming in late to help. Very possible too. These are all good points. I personally don't believe that Brian was ever at that house, because he wasn't. They've already stated that, not they, but it's been stated that he was not in that area at all. Now that we know that other car that was driving around in circles was a police car and not his, that just plays more into what Twiz had stated about him not even being anywhere near there. And Cy Ray's, that's why I want to hear so badly from Cy Ray, what his thoughts are on where Brian was that night. And when he's able to express that, that's important to me. So
well, it'd be interesting too, because if there's any sort of if we can sit here and negate whether the location of Brian based off what they have, doesn't that mean that we can negate the location of thousands of other people that were in that initial tower dump too? So that's another interesting aspect in
3,800 people. Yes, ma'am. Right.
So, his analysis might have had not just to do with showing that Brian Koberger was in another location. It might have been about how reasonable doubt about some of these other people in their locations. So, because also when we talk about a lot of the gaps in the evidence in the investigation for alternative perps, and we're like, why did you rule this out? Why did you not? Okay, well, we're assuming some of that had to do with the forensic downloads of their phones, something that can't be faked. You can't pretend you are doing something else on your phone, because your phone has a unique metadata fingerprint, so to speak, attached to you. So when Dago picks up his cell phone, AT&T knows it's Dago and not me, because Dago has a unique way that he holds his phone, looks at his phone, tilts his phone, moves his phone. It's the way it works. And so that's so unique to you. It's more unique than your own fingerprint. And that's data that companies are selling to each other, by the way. So that if you go test something somewhere, they know it's you. It's so crazy how invasive.
Very good point. Yeah, it's crazy. It definitely is crazy. A lot of you that didn't know that is nuts. When I found that out too, I was like, holy hell, that's wild. They literally know more about us than we know about ourselves. Because like she just said, when I pick up my phone, if I hold it this way or on a regular basis and so on and so forth, I don't even know that I do that. Do you know what I mean? So it's somebody else that knows that. It's just, that says a lot. I think it says a lot. Very interesting. Good point too. So So thank you for that, Core. That's a very interesting point. There was something else I was going to say, and I can't remember it now.
Don't you hate that?
It happens to me every time. That's why sometimes it seems like I'm interrupting people when they talk. My ADHD is so bad that if I have a thought, if I don't say it like now, it's gone. And I do it all the time. I feel bad because I do interrupt people when they're talking sometimes because I'll forget it and I can't get it back sometimes. I never had brain surgery. Just saying. That's what it caused. It was really bad short-term memory issues, but just saying. Elise,
I think that, you know, it's that our chat, our community is so involved in the conversation. Moves so fast, and on panel too. I have to write things down because it's not even that I don't remember, it's that your brain starts working in another, exactly, because you don't want to forget these, you know, the conversation moves fast is what I'm getting at, and it has a lot to do with our amazing chat. I just want to say thank you again. It's really, really insightful to get caught up on the case and listen to what the community has to say.
Well, you're always, please, I hope you know this too, that you're always welcome here. I enjoy listening to your thoughts always, and I wanted you to be more active and around. I know you're big people have busy lives, I get that, but I just didn't ever want you to think that you were not welcome or that you weren't. We love to have you here every time I'm here, so just know that.
Thank you.
Brian,
Diego had sent me yesterday that he was having a live stream and reminded me, and so it kind of prompted me to come up today. I do appreciate you reaching out to me, Diego. It was nice chatting with you. And
no, absolutely, and very interesting conversation for sure. But yeah, Brian, I think everybody knows Brian. I don't know if you knew that or not, buddy, but that picture you sent me, we went over that 2 weeks ago, bud. But I'll show you real quick. Brian really wants everybody to see this. This is what we looked at before. What we're talking about with what Molly said she saw. When she passed the car was a guy with red spiky hair, so on and so forth. I think we all know and agree at this point that this is what she saw, if that's true. Okay. And that makes plenty of sense to me. When we looked at this a couple weeks back, and that's why I got so fired, like pissed off, I'll be honest with you, that Brett Payne allowed for this to continue to go on with that narrative and that directive, knowing that this is what that was. It's just unbelievable to me that if that's true, let me clarify, if what she said was true, that she sees this guy driving in the car. My question is with this whole thing is, where was Tesdale when she said she saw one person in the car? Where was he at that point? Because they were together. I'd like to know that as well. I'm not saying that he did something wrong. I'm just saying, where did he go at that point? So, but yeah, I think we've all come to the agreement, Brian, that this is what she or who she saw that night. And it highly irritates me that they still went on with the same directive and narrative that was Brian Kohberger. It just blows my mind. If that's all true, yes. Like I said, I struggle with a lot of what Molly says, but in that aspect, it is what it is. I do have Tomboy. I don't know if you saw the Discord, if you could check there, if you haven't yet. Because I'm trying to pull up a link. That's what I wanted to do. I just remembered it. I'll be damned. Yeah, I agree, Brian. It's very important. And it's a big problem because that should have been stopped and halted right there when they're saying that this car is Brian driving in circles over here, which I've always argued that somebody that's going to murder 4 people is not going to drive around in circles and advertise to the whole world. Here I am. Come get me. No, they're not going to do that. That's stupid to me. And this guy has intelligence, folks. He's not going to advertise he's coming to get you and show his car and him repeatedly circling this area, in my opinion. Once again, the people that did this, which I do not believe was Brian, did not bring a car. They were on foot. Okay, that's how I feel. That way you could go in and come out. And it's dark. You don't have to worry about parking a car or hiding in a car or any of that stuff. So yeah, that's a big issue to me too. So hold on a second. I'm trying to get a specific link. Bingo. There it is. Stop calling me. I don't want to talk to you. Sorry.
The whole thing about presenting stuff in front of a jury is that, and again, back to like, it's not about what the truth is, it's what about the proof is. You know, our jurors are just like you and me, and they've been exposed to the world. and they've been exposed to people, and they've been exposed to corruption. You know, that's part of the selection process, is to pick someone who has common real life experience. And one of the jobs of the juror is to test the credibility of the witness. That's why it's always in question. That's why people are always talking about, oh, credibility of a jailhouse snitch, for instance, or something like that, for example.
Right.
It should have been presented in front of a jury. And I'm not one of the people, like, I understand certainly if I were the defense attorney, I would bring up the questions about Molly's credibility. On the flip side, it's so hard for me because it's like watching someone who, if, you know, and I'm not saying she's not involved or involved, but let's just say she was just an innocent bystander delivering, you know, trying to make some money that night. Like,
Sure.
watching, you know, I just feel bad for you know, for some of the things we say. I
get it. I do. I understand.
But on the flip side of all of this is where we bring it in front of a jury, let the jury surmise credibility. Oh, they're going to come up and say, well, wait a second, you know, this witness had a prior relationship with this person. This person was involved in a horrible murder investigation, or whatever it was, you know, just for example. We can go back and forth, but this is what should have happened on the stand. These questions should have been presented in front of the people who were to take her credibility as a witness. It's not for you or I to decide, or that it's not, and it shouldn't have been for the judge either to decide. It should have just been brought up. If you're going to use this as evidence, it should be presented from the jury, because you have to be able to face your accusers. It's what this is about. Otherwise, it's just, you know, trust my word, or show me the man, I'll show you the crime, you know?
Yes. That's a very good point. I'm struggling with something here. Hold on. 1 minute.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, there's lots of questions in here. I think answer 42 has another great reply here. Why didn't she come forward though, Kiki? And you know, and I don't know. Like, I don't know what the deal with that is. Like, after 3 days to come forward, I mean, she must have known it was that house. But also, we
also read in a report though that that's not truly how that happened though, Kiki. They had to go find her. Okay. See, initially it was put out that she came forward in a couple days and herself did this. But when you read through these reports, it states in the reports that they had to geofence her to go find her, and that's how they got a hold of her. Right. So in turn, you know, I guess you don't really know. Hey, Kane, good to see you, bud. I guess you don't really know how to take that at that point. Which way is right and which way is wrong, you know?
Wow, that's up. I do remember somebody, because again, I've taken a few months off of this case. I do try to catch up on the paperwork.
Yeah.
But someone had commented that they had to use a pen trap trace to find them all. If that's the case, like, I mean, yeah, that's about as, like, deserves a very in-depth explanation as an 8-hour time delay.
So why did they lie to us in the beginning and tell us that she came forward and they cleared her? That's my issue right there. You know what I mean? That's not how that happened. They had to use the pen. If that, like you said, if it's true, they had to use a pen trap trace on her, and that blows Annie away with that one. Why are you telling us in the beginning that she came forward, we cleared her, everything's all good, and then we don't talk about her for 2.5 years? That's interesting to me. Thank you, Brian. I appreciate that very much, my friend. Let me see who got it real quick. Backwoods, congratulations. Welcome to the sauce, my friend. And thank you, Brian. We love you, buddy.
The only thing I can think of is what if the DoorDash driver was an initial suspect and they're allowed to lie to the public about their investigation? What if they thought they didn't have any suspects and that was on the short list of their suspects, and they had the locations and movements of the DoorDash, and then they interviewed them on a certain date? I'm not saying they cleared her. I'm not saying right, or I mean, I'm just saying, I wonder if they were lying about that. Could they have been lying because the DoorDash driver was a suspect? I don't know. Just a theory. I don't know.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Hang on here. I never thought of it like that, actually. So yeah, that would make some sense. I'm working on it, Tomboy. I'm trying to get this to work for me, and it's not coming up the way it's supposed to. 1 second here.
and you know, Tonka says allegedly the geofence is how they discovered everything and everyone. And I think there were some missing warrants. That would make a lot of sense, because why would you make much ado about nothing when you find all of these different pieces of evidence? For instance, we just keep going back to Jack Showalter. If they weren't basing their entire vision of this scene on the geofence that they had of all the people in that location, they were counting on everybody having their cell phones on them.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know.
No, that makes sense. Shoot. I guess I'm not clicking on the right thing here.
What are you pulling up?
Pullman. I'm trying to find my link to the Pullman website that we pulled those documents from. And I can't find them or find it. So are these the actual documents that are all in here, Tomboy? Is that what this is? Maybe that's why I'm confused. I copied and pasted. Oh, so these are the new ones then. Okay. Then I'm stupid.
Diego, I have a meeting at 5 and I probably should get back to work one of these days, but I was so excited to get up here. I didn't want to get off panel, but I probably have to panel.
Yeah,
here.
real life is always first, dear. I appreciate you being here. Please understand, like I always say, that there's always an open door and a welcome for anything we do.
Thank you.
So yeah, thank you very much for joining us. I love your insight and your input into everything we talk about, and I can't wait to have you back again.
Same here, Diego. It's been so insightful talking to you and reading everything your chat has to say. Thank you for having me on, and just also thank you to your audience. Thank you to your chat for giving me such a warm welcome. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and wish me luck at my meeting at 5.
Absolutely. Best of luck, and I hope the rest of your day goes amazing. Thank you again.
Have a great day, you guys. Peace.
You too. Bye-bye. Heather, you're gonna have to drop that in the back because I can't take it out of the chat. But I'm struggling because I'm not used to seeing this like this, Tomboy. That's why I didn't get it. And it had telling me I have to download each and every single one of these, and it's opening up this whole thing. That's why I'm freaking out. Sorry. I know I'm a pain in the ass, you guys. They put such weird things on their site. They really do. Oh, there he is. Where you been, bro? Good to see you today, Scully. Thank you for joining. Let's see here. Holy hell, I gotta go all the way down here. Okay, so I guess I'm just gonna have to do it this way, which is not working well for me. But we got, I guess, is it gonna work or not? It's so much easier when I have the link. I don't know why it's taking forever for this to open these up. It won't let me download it. It's weird. Open with cloud convert, blah, 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 blah. I thought these were all zip extractor. I don't want to do all that. Hold on. Welcome, Miss Charlene. Good to see you. Every time I try to download it, nope. Download quota exceeded for this file. I can't do it. It won't allow me to do it. It kind of pisses me off. Shit. Ka. Aha. Okay, here we go. This is a little bit better. Thank you, Heather. This might work easier for me. Let me see what we got here, y'all. Public records related to Brian Koberger. Koberger was searched from January 1st to 7/23. Okay, access the records. Oop, 1 minute. And see, it opens up the same way, so it's the same thing. I don't know why it's not letting me. It's not letting me do it. So yes, this was right, Tomboy. I just can't. It says download quota exceeded for this file. I don't understand why this is doing this. Ah. Okay, that's different. That's how it was before. So maybe it'll let me do it that way now. Jesus. So we start, I guess, there. This is zip file. Pullman, like, really, I don't understand why they can't put things together like Idaho did. I guess maybe I'm spoiled on that, possibly. Could be why. Okay, so now that's working now. I got it. Thank you, Tomboy. So this is showing, these are new records that Pullman is putting out, guys, or reports, documents, whatever you want to call it. An installment of records responsive to your requests are available for download in accordance with RCW. A redaction log has been provided at the end of these reports to note the redactions that were made as allowed by the revised code of Washington and/or federal statute. So they got a redaction log even coming from the redacting things even from Pullman. Christ, my phone irritates me so bad. Okay, so that one there. Let's see what this one is. Some of these are probably going to be more garbage. Oh, okay. So this shows the one minute. A request has been assigned to you. Police records request. The number there. Pursuant to the state records law, Washington, blah, blah, blah. Right to request access to and a copy of the internship or job application for Brian Koberger and a personnel file if one exists. Okay, so that's what that was. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of stuff like this, I'm sure. But they put such weird shit out. This is all the newer stuff. It looks like 8-9 down to right there. Ring Central, social media. I just have to click on it and open it up, Robert. It's another FOIA request about any and all applications, interview notes, letters of acceptance, letter denial, emails. So once again, it goes back to this other one about the employment, Brian Koberger's employment options here. I didn't know anything about this, Lucy. You should have told me. You got some splaining to do. I'm just kidding. Like I said, I don't check this site often, so I guess it's my fault. The reminder that the following police records request has been open for 4 days and does not have a 5-day letter sent. Okay, once again. This one, these are probably not a whole lot. Well, one of these files is frozen. It says they can't open this file. They won't allow for it. And that's fine. Andy Free, yeah, okay. I got it now. Van the minute. Van a minute. Like I said, it just wasn't letting me do it, so I think that's why I was struggling. It's still doing that. Good God. I don't know. I'm really not good at certain things, so that's probably why I struggle with this. I don't know why. It's weird. So no one has read the emails from the CIA whistleblower that began warning. Yeah, I did. A little bit. A month ago prior to the crime. Whoops. Thought people knew. That I knew about. Yeah. They put something out about this happening before it even happened. It's interesting, but very interesting. Yeah, there's a lot in the email file. A lot. Okay. Oh, I took myself back to that shitty point again. Okay. Sorry. Nope. It won't let me do it there either. That's wild. That one doesn't work. Okay. I understand why this is doing this now. Yeah, it's the same stuff. So nothing new. Right. It is. It's a lot of random stuff pertaining to other leads and so on and so forth. Pullman seems really disorganized as compared to what we got document wise from Idaho. Like I said, I feel like I'm spoiled on it. So yeah. Yeah, definitely freaky, dude. I agree with you on that one. It's crazy. Let me see here. Make sure my emails are covered. Oh, okay. I see what you said, Dean. Hold on. Give me 1 minute. Bear with me, guys. I'm trying to pull something else up. Request from one of you guys. Just give me a second. Hold on a minute, please. Stop it. Stay. Okay. Let me pull this up, Dean, and see what you were talking about here, bud. I'm supposed to go to this video. Go to 341.50. Okay. Let me see. 341.50. Okay, that's what I thought you said. 1 second. All right, they asked me to go here. Hold on, guys. I'm going to get it up. I don't see it, Dean. I'm sorry, but it takes me somewhere different in there. I don't know. Does anybody else have... I don't think so, 42. I talked about it a little bit here, but I didn't get deep into it. Does anybody have anything else to add to this or any more thoughts or feelings? I guess I'm going to have to do another one to review the other person's video that I wanted to review, because we've been here for 4.5 hours and I don't want to keep you guys that long. Anything else to add to this at all? Anybody? Yes, that's exactly what it was, Heather. It sure was. It sure was. Hey, WB. Well, I think that I might be back in here later on, folks. Maybe I'll do that second one and cover that. I would like to talk to the mods after this, though, if I can, if they're not busy. I want to thank everybody that joined me on panel today. Hemisphere, Dustin, Jesse, Willie, of course, Kiki. Hey, Papa G. Good to see you, bud. Thank you for joining us. I try to listen to you, Miss Lucy, always. I'm making sure I didn't miss anybody that was on panel with us. If I did, I'm not doing it on purpose. I just have bad memory. So, thank you all for joining us up here, and I appreciate everybody in chat. You guys' input, just like Kiki says, you guys are very just amazing. The way the questions you ask, the statements you make going along with this, you guys are very much into it, and I appreciate that so very much. We're never going to get answers out of this, folks, unless we do that. So, Sarge was up here too. Thank you guys, all of you guys in here. Guys, don't forget Criminal Confidential. Welcome. It's okay. It's good to see you. Thank you for even thinking about stopping in. I appreciate every one of you guys. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks. Don't change a damn thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Let's get it. This ain't no slow burn. This a new chapter. There go Cafe the Meatballs. Yeah, we locking it down. Skr, skr. Late night, no sleep, mind in the chase. Found a new feed and I picked up the pace. The cafe, the truth, no lies on the table. Found my whole fam and this shit ain't a fable. Used to feel lost, feeling jill like a ghost. Now I got a whole crew, man, I'm feeling the most. They go on the mic, yeah, his voice is a beacon. Every time he drops true, my inner lake, the awaken. This ain't for the clout, ain't for the quick fame. This for the lost ones that they forgot the name. We watching the cases, we digging in deep. While the whole world out here still fast asleep.
For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn.
We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride. Ain't no merch drops, just pure dedication. This ain't just a channel, it's a new nation. We all in the comments, we all in the chat. We got a real bond and you can't top that. From the missing to the victims, we seeing the light. We standing for the truth in the middle of the night. You gave us a voice, gave us something to believe. Yeah, the meatballs, man, you better not leave. We loyal to the real, we ain't doing no faking. Every new video, man, a whole squad awaken. He don't need no fame, he just need a real mic and a loyal crew that's gonna ride with him for life.
For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn.
We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. Meatballs. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride.
Yeah. From the cafe to the crib, we all ride. Dago. The meatballs. To the last upload, man.
Peace.